Here.
Ms. Beckman?
Yes.
Ms. Guy is not here. Ms. Halsted?
Here.
Ms. Healy?
Here.
Ms. Randall?
Here.
Ms. Sigmund?
Here.
Ms. Salomon is not here. Dr. Warner?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, and Ms. Guy will be here in just a few minutes. Can I get a motion to approve?
the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Awesome. Any comments, questions, concerns? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to our information items, 3.01, the annual board training on Head Start policies and plans, and the presentation of the 2023-24 annual Head Start policies and plans, and the 23-24 Head Start and Early Head Start refunding application. Ms. Massey, thanks for joining us.
Thank you all for having us. As you know, through the years, we are required every year to do annual training for the school board, so this is your official training session. So again, and I have with me Amanda Derezio, our assistant principal from Rising Star, to be part of our process this afternoon. So you can see our vision for this year was, our kind of theme was that big results require big ambitions. And then
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just going to ask everyone if you have questions to hold them until the end of the presentation.
Absolutely,
Thank
thank you, I appreciate it. So the goals that we are in 3 categories: to improve quality of facilities for the safety of our children, and that includes some things that have been on there every year, including renovating the Melchers building and adding to the facility at North Stafford as funds become available in order to have enough seats for all of our children. And then to increase student success in kindergarten. Again, these goals have not changed from previous years, except that we're asking, we lost our ESL teacher that was funded through COVID funding, and we've had, that funding is going away. So again, to provide ongoing that position, and then our education coordinator that is shared between sites, if we gonna get one for each site, and then a behavior support specialist for the early childhood program. Those are goals that have been added for this year. And then improving the quality of program compliance, again, school board training, policy council training, staff training, and parent training to support the success of our program. Student demographics from last year are there for you. They're also in the annual report, which you will be getting a copy through the courier. But that's just some updates for you of what we had and who served last year, and we'll be compiling that data at the end of this year. Last year's family outcomes, I'm really, really tickled with. These are some of the highest outcomes on a 5-point scale. You can see the spring scores for all of our families in each of these areas that we track our progress of our families in, and you can see a growth, God bless you, of either a whole level or almost a whole level, or in some cases more than a whole level. And so we're really excited that we were able to make such a difference for our families. And then our children's scores, the DRDP is our assessment that we use 3 times a year with our program. The top chart is for the 3- and 4-year-olds in Head Start and BPI. The bottom left chart is for our children that have an IEP, and then the bottom right chart is for our early Head Start children who are under 3 years old. And the purple, if you look at that purple band, that is where children are scoring if they are in kindergarten. So when our children leave us, the first column is the fall, the second column is the spring. And so you can see that a significant portion of our children are already scoring in the kindergarten area. And I'm happy to say that every year we're seeing the difference between our children with IEPs and the children who do not have one. That is decreasing. So we're really excited about those scores as well. And then our children, every child who went on to kindergarten, whether they had an IEP or not, or whether they were ELL or not, and we had 29% of our children had an IEP and 33% were ELL. Our children passed the PALS, which is now the language and literacy screening, at an 88% pass rate, and the average kindergarten child passed at a 76% pass rate for all of the children. So again, we're very excited at those scores for our children. Last year was our first year with the VKRP, which is a math and behavior rating scale, and we didn't surpass the kindergarten average, in that, but it was our first year. So we've done a lot of things this year. We added Origo math curriculum to our curricula, and we've done a lot of math training, and we developed a math scope and sequence for our staff. And so I'm hoping that these scores will show an even greater increase, but you can see last year we were close to the kindergarten average. Again, I'm not going to read through this. This is your school board requirements for Head Start of what you have to approve, what you're responsible for as a school board. So I present those to you every year, but you can read through those yourself. And then what Policy Council is responsible for. So basically, Policy Council approves things and sends them on to the school board for their approval, such as our refunding application for you tonight. There is an impasse procedure, which we've never had to use if there was a conflict between Policy Council and the school board, and that's outlined for you there. This is our application for Head Start and BPI and students, and so that's just a copy of that for your information. And then there's a checklist that follows with the way that we rate our applicants, because we do not put children on our waiting list ranked by the date they apply. We put them on there ranked by their points based on their needs, because we want to make sure we're serving the most needy as required by Head Start performance standards. So all those check boxes have points that are on this sheet for you, that you can see what points they get for those things. And those things are based on our community assessment. So in our community, not having a vehicle is much more detrimental than living in DC or New York and not having a vehicle, right? So that gives them points. So for instance, our community assessment looks at domestic violence in our community. Is that occurring? Is child abuse occurring in our community? And so they get points based on that. This is the poverty guidelines right now that we're using for this school year to whether children are eligible or not. 100% poverty level is Head Start, 200% poverty level is Virginia Preschool Initiative, or there are several other things that qualify you. Being on public assistance, for instance, SNAP qualifies you for Head Start. Having an IEP automatically qualifies you for Virginia Preschool Initiative. So there's some other things that do qualify you for the program. Again, all of our policies for Head Start are on this website if you're interested in going and finding out more about the Head Start performance standards. And again, I just want to say a great big thank you to all of you for your community support, for your support as a school board and school board staff. And I just personally want to say that tonight is my last one of these. And I just want to thank Patricia Healy and some of the rest of you that I've worked with through the years. Dr. Warner, you've been such a huge support to our program in Policy Council. And again, thank you for all you do. And now is question time for if you have questions about our refunding application or any information I've presented to you in this training.
Mrs. Bessie, I'm sure you're very disappointed we won't be keeping you here till the very last thing on the agenda is for so many years. Oh, poor Mrs. Massey.
That's all right. There are lots of staff who stay here that late, but thank you again for all you do. And any questions?
Okay, I will go around and give everybody an opportunity. Ms. Halsted, can we start with you?
Just give me an idea really quick. When I'm looking at these bars, what are these averages compared to? These are compared to the state of Virginia, the federal Head Start program, or is it just
Us in Stafford.
us? It's just us.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, I wasn't sure about that one.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
the other question I had, hold on, let me go. Oh, so when you were looking at this top thing here, you were saying all of these charts here are indicative of having some level of kindergarten readiness, but the spring-fall comparison doesn't have any purple in it. What does? How am I
So in the
looking?
fall,
Am
they're
I
not,
looking at this?
in the fall, they're not ready for kindergarten, right?
Right, but so this is
Yeah.
before this
Fall
chart.
and then
Yeah.
spring.
Okay,
fall
so
and
this
spring.
is. Am I? Then I'm reading. Might be reading
Okay,
this backwards,
so-
right?
So the first column is the spring. I mean the fall.
The fall. Right.
So you're not seeing much purple in the fall. Now
Right.
that is early Head Start.
That okay.
So they're
That's where I got.
babies. So they're not even
These are the
gonna
ones you
be.
wanna
That's what I was. Yeah. Okay. So that's where I was
Yeah.
getting. That's where my question was. That. All right, cool, I wasn't reading it backwards. No, I wasn't expecting purple in the first column at all. But I was like, wait a minute, why?
Why did they not have any purple? Because they're
all.
way too young to be ready for kindergarten.
Gotcha. And is physical development hand-eye coordination, or is that
That's
capability for?
both. So
Okay.
there's fine motor, which is
Right.
eye-hand coordination, it's control of your small muscles, and then there's gross motor, so control of your whole body, being
Okay.
able to control your body, balancing, kicking, running, skipping, hopping,
Yeah,
all of those
excellent.
things.
These are great, so thank you very much.
adults.
I know, right?
Now I'm getting to the point where I need to go back and do some of those things.
No, no,
Fire
no.
scissors.
No, I come back to skipping is a hobby.
Oh, well, I
That's
think I
awesome.
would
No,
go with
thank
her
you, I
kicking.
appreciate that.
Good-
All right.
Good questions.
Thank you,
Anything
Ms.
else?
Halsted. Dr. Chase?
Yeah, so, question, goal number 2, increase student success in kindergarten, and you mentioned getting additional staff. Would that come from the grant funds, or would that come from the
Usually
county?
what we say in there as funds become available, so whether it's something we can ask the school board for, or whether it's something we find in our grant funds. I'll tell you right now, in looking at our COLA equality grants, which is the extra money that we are being given this year, which is in the approval tonight, those funds are gonna basically go to pay for the raises and staff salaries, because we're getting a 5% COLA, 5.6% COLA, and then the quality funding is gonna have to supplement that, because most of our employees are getting more than that kind of raise, so.
So Dr. Chase, I have to add, just for clarity for the rest of the room too, that Head Start is a federal program, and let's say that Stafford County says, we don't have any money and we're not gonna give teacher raises this year. Head Start's still gonna give raises because the federal government is giving raises at a specific rate. So they are playing by their own set of rules, even though we are the provider and almost the facilitator of the Head Start program. So there is some similarities, but also some differences, and that's what Ms. Massey is articulating. So I will say that the positions that she mentioned in her report are definitely things that need to have a local match or be fully locally funded, and would be a part of augmentations that we make to staffing standards. Before, it was kind of like, well, let's put as many positions as we can put together and as much money as we have that can create these positions. And now we're moving to a little bit more of a structured system where buildings have certain things, and we've accounted for them in standards. So it's about how do we work these into staffing standards over time, because even if you did receive some state or local incentive money to finance a portion of these, there'd still be a significant local match.
Right, but I mean, sort of historically, the view was Head Start, we provide the building, but federal funds pay for everything else. And so it is a little bit of a shift that seems to be going on, and same thing with BPI. We provide the building, BPI, the state of Virginia provides the funds, and so if that's changing, then that's, something to be aware of in our budgeting.
So it's a little bit of a blessing and a curse,
Yep.
because the Head Start program, we have chosen, because of space requirements and some huge limitations.
To forego a huge amount of VPI.
That's right, but also out of almost a necessity to combine our pre-K programs under one roof. Well, because they are funded differently from different funding sources, it gets a little messy in terms of how we provide support for things like overhead administration, bookkeeping, paraprofessionals, other stuff that is not necessarily covered under the grants. So you bring up an excellent point.
So just to make a point that Dr. Taylor also made, was we have to cost allocate everything. So my salary is cost allocated between all the funding streams that we get. I can't just charge my whole salary, catch up or whatever. But the other piece is, it's not just the building. VPI and Head Start both require a local cash match.
Okay.
And so, that's part of like the transportation costs, salaries that are supporting the program, those kinds of things.
Sure.
So there is that as well.
Yep.
Mrs. Massey has been very creative in
I'm aware.
in identifying matching local contributions, I
Right.
must say.
I know you've
Thank
done a
you.
phenomenal
Well, you all
job
have done a
finding
great
that.
job of supporting early childhood in Stafford.
And then my other, this is just a clarification point, just to make sure people understand. When you went over the slide about the poverty guidelines, somebody can qualify, but we may or may not have a seat, right? We have
Exactly.
plenty of students who qualify, but we don't have the room for those children, so.
And that's how we put them on the waiting list.
Right.
Is we rank them by their need.
Right. But I just want to, if anybody's listening or whatever, just to make sure that they understand that just because, you know, you're in the 200% in terms of the poverty guidelines, it doesn't guarantee a spot.
Thank you
because-
for making that
Yeah,
point.
that's it.
Okay. Dr.
I
Warner?
would like to say thank you for all this wonderful information, and Head Start is fully enrolled this year, which is the first time since COVID, so that
That's
was
nice.
quite nice to see. And I can, you know, the standards that you had to meet for staffing for the federal program and for VPI are not the same necessarily as they would for. So sometimes based on population of students, you may need more behavioral special support, or you may need more ESL teachers. So I think that's something too that's more specific for a regional program than a general application,
So,
so.
and we're serving the most at-risk children in Stafford in our program, obviously. That's important. Appreciate your support for them.
Okay. Did you have anything you wanted to ask, Heather?
Sure, I just had a really quick question, specifically about the statistics on the child behavior rating scale. So I was just curious, is that compared across the state, or is that in?
That was me.
That was her question, and it was for Stafford County.
Okay, and I was just curious, just kind of branching off of that, but I was curious how that's measured, because it sounds like it would be something that is subjective and based on observation, so I wasn't sure if there was a standardized way of testing behavior.
Which
or-
one are the rating scale for
Yes,
behavior?
yes.
That's a state assessment.
Yes.
And it is given to the teachers to rate.
Okay.
But it's a rubric scale.
Okay, perfect,
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Guy?
I don't think I have any questions, just thank you for your service. My daughter, my youngest, was a Head Start. She did 4 years old. She had an IEP, and I guess that's how we got in. But we didn't know until the day before school started. We got a call saying, you can show up. And from September to June, because that's what it was back then, it was the best experience I've ever had as a parent for all my kids. And I've been a parent forever. I've graduated 4 kids. And I remember saying, please, can you hold her back? And they were like, no. But it was amazing, it was great. Open access to the classrooms. I was on the policy council, I advocated in DC. Just the best experience,
Oh,
the
you
best
made-
educators. I was like, you people are not human. And so you guys always have my support 150%.
We know that we make a difference for families, and that's what makes a difference for the child in the long run, and that's what we are here for, so thank you.
Thank you.
Ms.
Well,
Haley?
you know I love you, and I'm gonna miss you. And you've touched so many lives. I mean, and this is not just about the children, this is about the families, and I think you showed it on those slides, that you're really educating the families, and I want to thank you for everything you've done
Thank you. Well,
for
it's my
Stafford
staff
County.
that
And I
have
know
done it.
you've seen huge changes, as have I, over the
We started,
years.
for those of you who don't know, we started over here in the PDC building a long time ago. so.
Right, and now you've got 2 campuses, and I'll never forget when you got the roof paid for, though. That was one of my favorite stories. Our roof was leaking, and we didn't have any money, and Mrs. Massey wrote a grant and got the federal government to pay for the repair on the roof. But we drew the line in giving them a lien on the property, so.
Well, they do have a lien, they do have a federal interest.
But only on that, only
roof.
on that.
Only on the roof, and
that
it's-
roof.
And it's a 30-year declining
Yeah,
thing, so
that was,
yeah.
they wanted to hold him.
They required that, they wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, I've always enjoyed your training, and I have literally felt guilty when we didn't get to you till 10 o'clock, and you've been so patient, so I'm really glad we can do this for you early.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Again, it's because of my staff that we've been able to do these things, and it's because of your support. I've never wanted to leave because of the support the school board's given us, so thank you all.
Ms. Sigmund?
I have actual questions, so I'm sorry to redirect. Can you tell me more about so you said an ongoing English as a second language teacher, once this goes away, do we have 0, or is that like an additional? So we will have 0.
We will have 0 because
So
of
who
COVID.
sets the staffing standards for like the general staffing of?
So it's gonna be based on enrollment, so.
But is it by the federal, is it by the state,
It's
is
by
it both?
us.
It's by us.
So what's
So,
the
like,
specific category?
I guess the question is, I know for
Yeah,
K-12,
for ELL, it's gonna be us.
right, like for
Yeah.
K-12, we are, required to have certain things by the state. And if the whole point is to have these students to be on par and ready to go, why would not either the federal or the state provide that support for early
We
childhood?
have not done so yet. We're hoping.
That's bizarre,
It
so
is.
backwards.
And that's part of your local
You look at the financial reports,
dollars
you've got
to-
state and federal and local dollars all being
Right.
allocated. It's a very
And
confusing
honestly,
process.
like when the state says we have to do something, at least they're telling us and we still have to pay for it. But if they are not even offering direction on that topic, that's not super helpful either, because there are divisions that are less skilled than we are at handling any of these populations, but the one I'm asking about in particular is English language learner. And I may have missed this, but the point list that you have here for the selection criteria, is that set by Stafford County? Is it a combination? Is
It's
it-
set by our policy council.
So,
And
okay.
it's based on our community assessment, so knowing what things are important in our community that are creating issues and barriers for our families, those things get the most points and get included on the list. And that is developed by a committee that usually meets December, January, and approved by policy council, and is coming to you all tonight for your approval.
Okay.
And there's a huge assessment that goes with this, so that they look at the community itself and they decide where the needs are and what's more important. And as Ms. Bessie pointed out, not having a car is a big deal here, but not so much when there's public transportation.
Well, I was just, again, I wanted to make sure it wasn't some foreign body putting language other than English spoken at home on this criteria list for us to then figure out without their support. But if we locally are making this list, then we locally can figure out, the necessary level of support to go with it. But I've heard fantastic things, and
Visit.
I need to. I really want to bring my preschooler with me and bribe him into these cool things he could get to do if he introduced himself to the bathroom. He refuses to participate in anything going on over there.
I don't know that he would be eligible, we do potty training.
There you go. He wants to be a model student, which is a funny thing on a mentor student, whatever that is called. Peer model, that's the one, but he needs to potty train first, so. I've thought about the bribery tour, definitely.
Thank you, Ms. Sigmund. Ms. Massey, I have really enjoyed working with you, talking with you, and when I first came on and I took a detailed tour of the Rising Star, it blew my mind what the condition of that building was, but just literally setting it all aside and just doing incredibly magical things in that building with your staff and participating in your Thanksgiving that you've done over the last few years has just been so touching, because everybody goes all out for the families, and what you're trying to teach up on the screens, how you're communicating and greeting and caring for the entire family to enjoy a meal together, and and even sharing a table with another family, and the communications that happen. It's so just heartwarming, it really is. And giving them books and allowing us to even drive around the community to neighborhoods I didn't know, and delivering meals to families that when I literally pulled up, that it opened my eyes to some of the situations our families are in. And still, they want to be caring, involved parents too. And it's just so heartwarming to see. And gosh, you've even helped us buy buses. So, it's just really, we can't even get them now, but it's still inspiring to see the efforts that you went to try to make great things happen not only for the Head Start kids, but for their families, and in conjunction with the rest of the county. So I just really appreciate a worker bee like yourself for what you've contributed to our
Well,
county.
thank you again, it's my staff and you all coming
You
out
do
and
have a
doing
great
these things,
staff.
so thank you.
You do have a really good staff. It's so fun. But I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
When I was looking over your list of your goals, and maybe you can have to jump in here too, Dr. Taylor. For the major maintenance on there, what are we willing to address? Maybe this is a different place conversation. What are we willing to address? And because my other thought is this, I know that adding on to North Star has been something we've had, but if we rebuild Rising Star, does that need go away or get postponed?
Postponed.
Delayed.
Yeah,
Because it's where the
Yeah.
kids are.
yeah. So I didn't know how helpful.
It's delayed, and I will say this, that you're, as much as your county continues to grow, your need for pre-K services will also grow.
Oh, for sure.
And so, in our case, we would possibly need to even be looking at additional sites in the future that we could serve students, or look at a facility equal to the size of what we might do for a rebuild of Rising Star in the future. On our time horizon, our 10-year CIP, it makes perfectly good sense that we have a Rising Star rebuild in there, but in your CIP that follows that, you may be looking at a pretty dramatic change for what the North Campus looks like and where you might locate that, or what you might do to add capacity. Because the county's only growing, we don't foresee that changing, and the pre-K capacity issue is going to be pretty strong in the future. I will say that the benefit of pre-K is that it's a bipartisan issue in the State House. Everybody is excited about how they can support pre-K, but it tends to be an afterthought in terms of dollars. So, from a programmatic standpoint, our pre-K efforts get a lot of support, but from a dollars and cents side, the State House definitely needs to follow through with some of that component as well. Unfortunately, as this board is well acquainted with, all capital needs in the county of Stafford follow the local dollars. So if there is a will, there needs to be a local commitment and a way for us to meet that need. In terms of willingness, I think you're in an uncomfortable place with Rising Star where we are fixing things that break. There is some long-term cost avoidance that we've identified in the CIP to the tune of almost $10 million in cost avoidance over the next decade. There will be similar issues that start to arise with the age of the North Star campus over time.
And I recall a couple years back, there are more children, the distribution of students, there are more students in the northern end of the county than the southern end of the county for early childhood and for Head Start and BPI, and so in some ways we need more space in the north than the south. But we need workable space in the south. It needs to not be falling apart.
And of course, our bigger facility is in the south, which is unfortunate for us on a number of different fronts.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it does mean really long bus rides for our smallest kiddos.
Yeah.
And that's tough, but unfortunately, right now, we're serving kids where there is space, not where we want to serve them.
Well, we used to only have Rising Star until about 3 years ago, something like that. So we are definitely doing better than we were.
Yeah. And then, I was wondering, how has your number of involved parents gone up or down? And I'm looking at this year. Is it back to where it was pre, or is it still down?
It's still down,
Is
but
it?
it's getting much better. We're
This is the
getting parents
best
back in the
policy
classroom.
council I think I've been on. The
This year?
parents, this year, yeah.
Of course, you weren't around when Maya was on when Miss Guy was
That's
on.
true.
That was the best one. I said Samantha, you remember me, don't you?
I'm not gonna say anything about that, Maya, but no. have
She
a
does remember
really
me.
engaged policy council this year.
Okay.
And I'm very excited about the quality of level of that.
Okay.
I am concerned that we still don't have parents back in the classroom at the level that I would like to see that.
Okay.
Because that's where parents learn so much about how to work with their child,
Yes.
how to parent,
Advocate.
all of those things.
Yeah.
So we really want them back in the classroom,
Okay.
and we're working toward that.
Okay.
It'll get there.
Okay,
I
it's
think.
good to know it's a goal to go to. I like that.
We're gonna
So-
name the next building after you.
Don't
Don't play like
Seriously, all right.
We wanted to have a long time.
And then Ms. Sigmund took my last question about the staffing plans, and you answered that as well, so. I think that's it for, anybody else have anything else they would like to ask or add?
Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully retirement, right?
Yes.
Oh, good, yay. I'm like, I'm like, what? Do you need?
All right, next agenda item, 3.02, proposed easement agreement for a sanitary sewer easement and a temporary construction easement upon certain real property owned by the school board known as tax map number 2917A, Winding Creek Elementary School.
This is a far less cute topic.
All right,
Invigorating.
go ahead, Mr. Towery.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jason Towery with
I hope you
Facilities.
feel better.
I'm feeling better, still
Okay.
allergies or something, but it's that time of the year, I guess. Appreciate you all making some time for this evening. So this matter was actually originally brought before the FABC back, I believe it was in February. So some of you all are probably familiar with this. But in a nutshell, and I'll show a couple slides here in a second that'll give a little bit of a picture to this. Hovnanian Homes, local home builders, considering a rezoning next to the Winding Creek Elementary School for single-family homes. Part of their due diligence ahead of time, they're basically making sure that they can properly sewer the site. So they've approached the schools about a sanitary sewer easement through the Winding Creek Elementary School site. It would be a 20-foot wide sanitary sewer easement with a 10-foot temporary construction easement on the property. The temporary is just that, it's part of construction, and then it would return back to the schools. So we met with the representatives from Hovnanian and Bowman Consulting, who's their engineer. We met with them on site to discuss it, and it's essentially through a wooded area, corner of the site, which I'll show you here in a moment. It does kind of affect a little bit of some of their, what they've considered to be their outdoor classroom space, but nothing substantial, and we've actually identified another area that they are looking for an outdoor classroom in. In return for the easement, KHOV has offered $50,000 to the schools, along with landscape plantings along the area, just to help with any potential tree loss and ensure that that wooded buffer remains. So a couple pictures here, maps. On the left, you can see what's the tax map. Maybe a little hard to see here, but this is the Winding Creek site. Everyone's familiar with Courthouse Road and Winding Creek Road right here next to it. The rezoning are these, I believe it's 3 parcels in the back that are in this area where the star is. And then the corner of the site that they're actually impacting is in the very back corner of the site. If you're familiar with the school, back behind the playgrounds, down in the woods, there's a kind of drainage ditch, creek area in the bottom. So it clips the corner, back corner of the site, and then heads on down to the neighborhood next door. So next step, so I apologize for the typos there, 111. So if approved,
They're all very important.
they're all very, number one.
First this, first this.
Well, they're all number one. Wouldn't it keep the main thing the main thing? Isn't it?
So this is really the work session, obviously, for the board to kind of discuss a little bit tonight. There are some representatives here from KHOV if you have any pointed questions that I'm not able to answer. But this would be a matter for action at your next school board meeting in May. But if approved, the schools would receive $25,000 immediately, essentially for the agreement of the easement, and then KHOV would be continuing forward, working with the county, the Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, towards the successful rezoning, and then if that were to occur, the rezoning were to occur, then the easement would then, of course, be recorded, and upon recordation of the easement, the final $25,000 would be given to the schools. That's it in a nutshell. I
Okay.
would be happy to answer your question.
Cost of moving the outside classroom space?
So there's actually no cost. There's been some volunteers over time that have kind of cleared the area down there. The Dominion Power is actually offered to help the school construct a new outdoor classroom up towards the front of the school, so we've been working with them on that. So there wouldn't be any cost to the school for that.
I'll go around, and if anyone has any questions, Ms. Halsted?
I have a couple, but this is sort of new to me. So rezoning meaning moving to a different area where they had originally planned to put the houses, correct?
It means that this land was not zoned residential, and they want it to be.
Okay, so, so these are really right directly behind the school here? Which,
Could you pull that slide up, Jason?
Yep.
yeah,
That'd be helpful. Show where it is.
Yeah.
so
It's the
where's
corner
the
of Emery Mill
road?
and It's the corner of Emery Mill and Winding Creek.
So,
Where
This is in the back of the property, over by where,
correct, so if you, up on the screen, so Courthouse Road runs out in front and then Winding Creek. So the sites are back here, but they're looking to bring their sewer line through the back corner over here. And so if you look at the next aerial picture over here, you can see where it's kind of clipping that back corner back in the woods. So if you were to look at this, let's say a year from now, you would see, of course, houses over here, but then a clearing through the woods where the sewer easement would be back through here.
So what color is the sewer easement on there?
There is not a sewer easement shown right now, but it's roughly where the area of the star is. It would run alongside of this creek, right through here.
Oh, that's great.
Jason.
Jason, I got the colored version if you want me to go up front and play man
Well, we'll pass this around real quick.
Are they all the same?
I believe so,
Yes.
yeah.
The yellow highlight is the actual sewer easement cut through the corner of the Winding Creek Elementary School. Those lots are 165 single-family residential lots that we're proposing to rezone, and we're still meeting with Supervisor Young at this point.
Okay. Dr. Chase, did you have any questions?
I don't, I was in the crowd and we chatted about it there.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Dr. Warner?
I already asked mine because I don't ever follow rules.
Okay. Catherine?
I don't know.
What?
I know, it's shocking.
Ms. Guy?
Should I repeat what I said?
Sure, go ahead.
I just, if more homes means more students, and that's more cost on us, we're already underfunded. I think their homes are beautiful, but if they can pay $50,000, I think they can pay $100,000. I don't know if that's appropriate to say, but we're busting at the seams, and more homes means more students. I just can't get past
We
that.
will be proffered to provide monetary contribution for the lack of growth in Winding Creek. That's already been analyzed by Unicap, so that we do have a rough proffer already that we're looking at towards a contribution for Winding Creek Elementary School.
I super understand that and respect that and believe that. I also hear people say the proffers are not enough. So, and I don't know, right? I don't know, but I just know as a school board member, we're struggling. So that's where I stand.
Do we have relocatables scheduled?
Yes.
We
That's what I was
do.
gonna ask. Where are they?
Next year.
Where are they going on that property?
Right under the word sewer easement. Where the S is, roughly.
The S in easement, not the
Yeah.
S in sewer, which would be like right in the middle of there.
Actually, it's the S and sewer, believe it or
That
not.
close? We're getting them that close? Wow, that's good.
We're trying.
Wait, they're gonna be at the S and sewer or easement?
S and
Sewer.
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 So
Okay.
they're super close to the building?
Okay.
I thought they would have been on the other side of the walkway, so good on
Yeah.
us.
That's the proposed location.
Oh, okay.
And then the trailers after that will go where the W is, so.
Don't say.
Okay, Ms. Healy?
The proffers are completely independent of this easement, correct? So
And
the
the-
proffers are gonna be in place regardless of whether we were to grant an easement. My question has to do with the land. This background says that the rezoning would be for 100 or more single-family homes. So what is the current by right use of those parcels that the rezoning is being requested for?
Currently, right now, the owner that we're contracted with could develop 14 single-family
On all of the parcels?
lots over the whole property. She would still need an easement for public sewer to do that, though.
Okay, so 14 if
Times
it's not
6.
rezoned, and 100 if it's rezoned. 100 or more.
165 is what we're
Right.
looking at. We haven't gotten as far down the road to know exactly what that number's gonna be. We haven't had staff review yet, so.
All I know is I've heard time and time again complaints about increasing the number of houses so that more children come to the schools. What is the projected, capacity for students, elementary, middle, and high? Because we're not just talking about impact on Winding Creek. We're talking about Rodney Thompson and Colonial Forge as well. Do we have that, Jason? Or if not, you can get us that.
We need
Because,
that, sure.
I mean, this 50,000 to me is not even an enticement, given the potential impact on the schools. I mean, Winding Creek, you're already looking at, overcapacity, that whole courthouse road corridor. And I don't know that, I could support anything that's going to encourage it. Now that, given I'm sure they could go somewhere else and get a sewer easement. It might cost more money, but at least we wouldn't be
We're not adding to our own
facilitating
Our own demise.
the increase in the students. I mean, it's bad, that whole corridor is bad.
So I know I'm out of turn, but just to kind of, one of the things, Maya actually said what I was originally gonna say, just in terms of like, that this is, and even just seeing this, given what's gone on in the last few weeks around here, like, I can't breathe looking at this because it's so, and for me, until we get these schools built, somewhere, anywhere, like, I can't even envision anything. I'm sorry, but I can't. Like, our kids are literally sitting on top of each other right now, and to find
Or
another.
they can't be in our buildings, they have to be outside of our buildings.
Correct. Like,
Trailers.
this stresses me out beyond all reasonable belief, just for the state that we're in currently, and in trying to figure out how we would ever deliver satisfactory education where we are now, right? With all of this coming in, like, it's too much. You're sinking Stafford County. If we were in the ocean, an island, we would be sunk.
Well,
That's how I
we
feel.
don't ultimately have control
I
over
get
it.
it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
I
the
get
board of
it.
supervisors,
Yes.
but the question is this something we want to,
And 50,000 doesn't even pay for a
Facilitate.
playground piece of equipment, but.
or at least financially?
Well, that was gonna be, you kind of started it. If we say no, what does that do to their process? Does it just slow it down? Is it a hard stop? Obviously the Board of Supervisors is the hard stop, but like what?
Well, they'll have to speak to whether or not there's other available means of sewer for the property. I don't know if you all have looked at other potential possibilities, but just from what I've looked at, this looks like probably the best way for them to sewer through the property, sewer. And the county would typically, and put on my old Stafford sewer hat for a minute, would typically, this would be the route, if you will, that the county would request that they would take, because it would mean, less potential pump stations or force mains, other things that would require potential long-term maintenance from the county's perspective. So that's how they, I'm assuming, unless there's some other available routes, how they've arrived at this particular piece, because it would be a gravity line running through there. And just to give a little context to the 50,000, and again, representatives are here to speak to this more detail. My understanding is that the initial So, and we do the same thing, the schools does the same thing when we evaluate property or easements and make offers. We have appraisals of the property done and so forth, what the value of that land would be. And so they've gone through a process to determine that, and I believe it was somewhere in the
10,000.
I was just thinking
About 10.
10,000, no more than 10,000, and that's with inflation. But we're not looking at the value of the easement. The issue is what is the cost to the schools potentially in terms of the, you know, the additional students coming in.
And so I think out of that, you know, there has been some discussion, you know, amongst staff and them to show some, if you will, good faith towards that. So I do believe that that has been part of the consideration, but certainly, you know, it's ultimately up to the school board if you're comfortable.
What is the per pupil cost?
Well, it just, I mean,
I mean, how many students does that pay for 1 year?
3.
Well, no,
4.
it's probably more than that. But at the same time, I mean, it's not just the per pupil cost per se, but it's what you're doing to the strain of the system.
We have not had
So
elementary
it's
19
actually-
approved up here to decongest
Yeah.
the schools we have. This isn't
It
even
will
a topic of
amplify the
conversation with
cost.
me, and I'm not smart about it.
I'm just saying, my point is just, those students will be there for more than a year?
Yeah.
50,000?
Yeah, it's one-time money versus ongoing expense of what that would potentially do.
How many trailers are 5? Not even.
Well, and
Doesn't even
so
buy
that's,
trailer.
that's the point, is that you're talking about not just the per pupil cost, but you're also talking about almost like a per pupil cost with an exponent.
Yeah,
Because
it's
of the
just-
strain to the system.
We're just not in a good place.
We will be proffered to commit a monetary amount through our assessments, through Unicap that runs the numbers and knows the county systems. They know what the county requires per student.
I am
per
dissatisfied with what the county
all of that.
requires.
Well, I'm just saying, we will be held to make sure we're offsetting the impact per the formula of the county.
That's,
We totally respect that, it just won't be enough, sir, respectfully. It won't, we just tell them, Mom,
It
we'll
would
tell you.
be more, it would be north of $1 million.
It's not enough.
We need a new school.
Our smallest school is
I mean, it's
50
not
now.
your, that's your problem.
I hear you.
You know, we're just in an
Our
impasse.
smallest 60 now.
But it's a quality of life
TikTok
issue
going
for our
Yeah,
kids
the
at our
problem is we're
schools.
not in a good
That's
place
the
right
problem.
now.
Yeah.
It's a
I mean,
quality of life
I
issue,
love
and
them.
it's not fair to our students.
the county is not equipped to handle the growth that this neighborhood would bring.
Does
If we
it-
were,
does
it
anyone
would
have
be
any
a
more
totally different conversation.
Questions?
I agree, Maureen.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say this is not a reflection on the applicant.
Nope.
Or the
Nope.
request.
No,
I wish
It's
it were.
It's a sign of the
Circumstances.
times
It would be
on where we
easier.
are in the schools and our overcrowding and our need for seats for schools. And for us to do something to bring in more that, you know, would be voluntary, I don't see how we can, you know, defend ourselves.
So,
50,000 doesn't even pay for a teacher for a year.
so just hearing kind of where the board is, this item is scheduled to be in front of you for action next month. Certainly the applicant
Well,
has heard.
the agenda has not been set, right, Madam Chair? For next month, so there's nothing currently
That's-
scheduled
that's correct.
for action next
That's-
month.
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry.
But would you, is there anything that you would like the applicant to bring back at this point, or do you?
If we could get an idea what the actual impact in student numbers and what the proffers would be.
Yeah, we can provide
And
the
then,
draft Unicap
then we're at least
assessment.
basing the decision
Okay.
on actual projections.
Okay, sure, we can.
Jason, what is the number the schools use? Is it like .9?
I would be relying,
The student generation factor would be
I'm just saying if it
0.9.
was
Yeah.
that, it's somewhere
County.
150 students, say just split them all, 50.
There's not 150 students, but there's 165 homes.
Well, it's just a factor of
Yeah.
the county, like, my kids went through Stafford schools. like
Same.
Trish's did, and we don't have kids at school anymore, so that's why
Yeah,
that number
right.
kind of goes down, just based on.
And not to be argumentative, but we're down to the point where we actually do a student generation factor by neighborhood, not necessarily by the county. So the student generation factor in a densely populated neighborhood may be higher than the student generation
This is gonna be
factor
closer to an
in
Embry
a
Mill
more
factor than
rurally
Yeah.
populated
I
area.
mean, at this point, to me, the proper has to be a new school.
All right, anything else you need from us?
You don't have
I think
any
we've
land
got
where we
a
could
good
put a
idea.
school back there.
We'll come back with any additional information.
Is there a number
Alright.
that you guys are thinking about?
53 million.
That was good, that was a softball right there,
She
right?
is not lying.
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, 3.03 Stafford Schools Grants Process. Who's got that?
So I'd like to introduce Abby Wicker. She is our Assistant Director for Research, Evaluation, and School Improvement, and she is the queen. Even though this is America, and we don't recognize monarchies, she is the queen of our grants process. And she has her hand in everything from entitlement grants to other grants that we offer. And she's just going to give a rundown of our grants process to also help educate our community as well as the board and entertain questions about our grants process and how we do this work. So thank you, Abby.
Awesome, thank you for the introduction. So we're gonna go lightning fast, but if you have questions, we can go as deep or as light as necessary.
We're saving them till the end.
Yes,
Yes, we
wonderful.
are.
So we're gonna cover the pre-award phase, again, lightning fast, administering the grant and the award closeout. Obviously, we're staying kind of bird's eye view, we're not getting into the weeds. The first thing we always kind of consider is whether or not a funding source is readily adaptable to our needs, right? Considering a strategic plan or a day-to-day operations. Because sometimes grants are not worth the effort you have to put in to actually secure them or administer them. So in the securing a grant phase or the pre-award phase, we do everything to include identifying what RFPs are available. This includes federal, local. We make a distinction between competitive and formula grants. I specifically focus on competitive grants. We review the RFP. I tend to go through and make sure that it is actually something we can go after, or if another entity has to be lead applicant. Confirm the relevance to what we're trying to focus on and whether or not we're going to see a strong return on investment. We create a proposal team, draft the proposal, submit it, get our assurances, which I'm sure you all have approved many these last few years with all the COVID and ESSER funds that were released. A little bit deeper on that pre-award proposal, one of the things we have to identify pretty quick is who's going to be doing the work of the grant. I think oftentimes there's a few different assumptions, and we like to include the people most impacted by the work. From there, we go to a proposal team to figure out not just who is immediately impacted. Typically, that's going to include finance. It's definitely going to include the department that I work for, and then, again, the other most impacted departments. Big work happens in the needs assessment, project narrative, and evaluations. The grants always specify what we're looking at, so our job is to then draft a proposal that identifies the need and the solution, checking for logic and for compliance. Budget is another fun piece of this work. It's not just what the project is asking for, but taking into consideration what all we have going on and what are the smartest ways to articulate these budgets, especially if there's an in-kind contribution required. And then my favorite part of this work is the co-applicants, partners, and what I would call stakeholder engagement. A lot of these require us to partner strategically and effectively, so going after those relationships if they don't already exist and securing them in advance of the proposal. Once we get the grant, the burden is making sure that we do it right. That's everything from having a plan to understanding the evaluation to helping our team with dates and deadlines and storing all the documentation. Depending on the funder, they all have kind of different needs and wants. And then to close out the grant, make sure we spend all the money. Reports are completed, outcomes are achieved. I think a really critical piece that funders don't always ask for, but that I really have been preaching to the team is telling our story. What did we do? How did we do it? So, That was lightning fast.
That
Super high level.
Wow. All right,
Give us
let's-
just some pointers about how we expect like 30-second summaries, right?
All right, so let's go around the table with any kinds of questions you might have. I know this was brought forward by Ms. Sigmund and Ms. Guy, so Ms. Sigmund, do you mind if I start with you?
Sure. I love this, and I think the reason we brought forward is because we often, as parents, we're the two parents, current parents on the board, are asked to help with PTO to try, and none of us really have that skill set. And we had hoped to figure out a way to bring it kind of down to the micro local level, because there are funds out there for school enrichment, but they are not available to us up here. They're available at the grassroots. So we were hoping to be able to figure out a way to kind of provide that education to, our partners, our community partners in the schools, so that they do feel a little more empowered and educated in picking up one of these applications and working through it. I remember pre-COVID, it was all getting the sunshades for our courtyards. That was a big one. I don't know what it is these days, but
It's getting anything.
anything,
It's
really.
been everything, yeah.
Even the local, I know some of the, even the, major retailers have hyper-local grants that individual schools could apply for and, bring in PE equipment or outdoor supplies or, things like that. So that's something we were
When I was on
looking
the
for.
elementary school PTO, I applied for a grant to bring the Virginia Opera to be a program. And so, I've had to write a few grants, so it was pretty easy.
So unless you have a parent in your building that somebody knows has this skill, you're kind of out of luck. And they, I know we felt like we were leaving things on the, opportunities on the table. And I don't want any school to feel that way. So
What we're hoping, Miss Abby, and I know you're the queen of grants, I'm the queen of the school board, so welcome. Miss Healy said that, Miss Healy said I was the queen, I didn't self-appoint.
No,
Okay.
You self-appoint all the time, you even bought your own crown, whatever.
Okay, you know what, that wasn't necessary, I hope that is stricken from the record. It's the truth though. It's a work session. Okay, anyways, what we were hoping is that,
She has tiara.
we were hoping that, we know you're busy and not tomorrow, maybe in 6 months, if we have to wait that long, we would be happy to wait that long. But if you could give us an easy, quick tutorial on how to write a grant and maybe like stay away from these grants or that. But I thought it would be great if it could be recorded, we could put it on YouTube, and we can share that out to the PTOs. And, maybe we just get 2 or 3 grants a year done extra beyond what you're doing. But I've had teachers come up and say, you teach me how to do it, I'll do it. I've had moms and dads tell me, I know I'm willing to do it, and so that's what we were hoping. I brought this up a year ago, I got nothing. So we're 2 queens, let's make it happen, okay?
So some good news.
When you have time.
Through the superintendent.
Through the superintendent, he's right there, he's right
Shares the work for
Yeah,
us.
you guys work it out. You guys work it out, but that's what we're
What
hoping.
might be helpful is if we could even just educate PTOs on what grants
Like,
might
Yeah,
be
we have the
there.
regional PTO, that would be a
Yes.
fantastic,
Yes.
but make sure we're invited too, because we
Yes.
want to know.
Yeah, we work.
And so I'll add some additional context, and I'm sure Abby can fill in the blanks. But so much of this is the discernment of what is a grant that's worth pursuing.
That's what I'm saying. We don't
Yeah.
have that.
And so it's not necessarily teaching someone how to write for a grant or what process to follow, but there are 2 really hefty chunks that often get overlooked in the grant process that are prohibitive. The first one is that discernment that Ms. Wicker talked about, and then the second one is who then is responsible for the management of this once you are awarded this. And I will say this with great confidence, there are 20-page grants where you have to fill in all kinds of details for $500, and then there are 1-page opportunities for $1 million, and the $500 requires 7 different reports over the next 6 months, and the $1 million may require a 1-paragraph summary. Now, obviously, we want to pursue the second opportunity more than we want to pursue the first opportunity, but it's often hard to discern, and there is a lot more that goes into it than just sitting down and saying, we just want to write a bunch of grants. To that end, we absolutely could facilitate some support as to what that looks like and even look at some potential opportunities and say, this is really good, we should pursue this at all of our school sites.
If I could jump on that too, just to say, first of all, I applaud you because, look, my eye is physically twitching when I think about this process from having worked so long with grants and RFPs and deliverables. So I fully applaud you for spending what looks to be a happy lifetime doing it. Because like I got nervous, I circled the word deliverable and I'm like, oh, there goes the eye twitch, oh, I can't take it. But I think what we're also missing is like there aren't, you know, there's, like you were talking, the federal, but there are organizations and foundations that have all kinds of opportunities for money. And there are searchable databases for those opportunities, but to Dr. Taylor's point, it's really important to figure out which ones are which. So it might just be helpful to have a list of ones that we can search and look at and do whatever.
Yeah.
And make a checklist of the opportunities and then, you know, just as a way to kind of get in front of it a little bit and then figure out from there if one's worth it or not. Because if we're just, you know, sitting around on my couch searching a database of, you know, foundations, it's no sweat off my back to be like, hey, here's, you know, $50,000 I found. And then we can go from there. But to the deliverables part and how that works, I mean, you're right, there are some where it is like, you want to know when you get your morning coffee and where that's going and that the coffee actually benefited you in the process. And then there's others that are like, the end of the year report should just reflect whatever. So this is a great idea, and thank you to Ms. Guy and Ms. Sigmund for bringing it up, because I do think, I've said it all along, like, where do we get our money? Like, I was thinking about REMS, the Regional Emergency Management for schools, like, I don't even know, like, a lot of people forgot all that was out there. So there are things out there that are readily available. Right. We just don't have the resources for it. So I'd also be happy to jump on board, although I'm writing any of them, because they make me.
No.
Make your eyes twitch.
Yeah, literally, physically I have a physical eye twitch right now, but not because of you.
Oh,
This
thank
was
you.
great.
All right, are there any other questions at the table?
Good one.
Yes. Okay, great,
Speaking of
thank
eye
you.
twitching.
We're going into, all right, so I'm just gonna say the food is here. And so after announcements.
You got one more.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just kind of giving it a little interruption that we'll go after discussion, announcements, we'll break and grab food and come in for closed session, okay? All right, so discussion is the public-private day school memorandum of agreement, which we have one in currently, but apparently they would like us to have another one currently. And then there's still, of course, the debate of involvement and language. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had issued a revised commentary to the memorandum of agreement to the Board of Supervisors at the direction of this board, and also in conversation during the joint school board of Supervisors working group. There was some direction for the county administrator to work with the school superintendent. So we did issue our revised commentary. Basically, the response back from the county administrator was to reverse all of the comments that we made as the response. So we're kind of back to where we were several months ago without any progress. And there has been some movement on updates being provided to the school board and Board of Supervisors, but as you'll see in the language, and if you could scroll down a little bit, Missy, there was no appetite from the county administrator for there to be a steering committee of electeds, even though there was more funds that were committed into the budget, and there was no appetite for private day schools to be a part of the conversation of this particular steering committee. So effectively, we are no improvement from where we were when we initiated our first commentary. My recommendation to the board is that this is maybe not something that can be solved between the county administrator and the superintendent, and that this is something that should be solved by electeds in your next joint schools working group.
3-on-3.
3-on-3 is in May, but it's gone before the 3-on-3 3 or 4 times now.
And you have no resolution because it keeps getting put back onto staff and there's
Yes.
no compromise. Because the direction I've received from this board, which are reasonable requests, but those reasonable requests don't appear to be entertained with any sincerity.
Can we define, not here, but prior to the 3-on-3, what the impact will be if we have no agreement after June 30th? As far as I'm concerned, we have an MOU, whether they recognize it or not. We
That's
have
right.
an MOU, it's in place. But as of July 1st, we don't. So if we can determine what that is and then present that, maybe that will give them a sense of urgency, because we run the school as an accommodation to the county. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
That is correct.
And we don't really have an opinion because no school division or county government has set a precedent for this kind of foolishness before. So, and that's really the best word that I can come up with, because this is just foolishness.
This comes down to pretty much one person, and it became very obvious in the last 3-on-3.
Well, and I don't think that the county administrator had an opportunity to
Wasn't
observe
him.
that.
Oh, no, he wasn't there.
He wasn't there. And again, I think that this being pushed off to the same staff that have a problem with this is maybe part of the issue. Like, if there's one person that's an obstacle to this, that person can't be in charge of
The
creating
resolution.
compromise and a resolution. So I think that unfortunately, you should probably come back to it. We can definitely present the range of possible outcomes,
Yes.
but ultimately, I think it is going to come down to this board's will as to whether or not you want to continue to serve students in the public day setting. This won't impact anybody in a private day setting at this time. And how much are you willing to go on good faith post July 1 if we don't have a
I have
agreement
no
in
appetite
place?
for that, for the simple fact that I can't even get a playground that we were told would be in place last November, and it's not even ordered. So I don't have an appetite for that, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm also a person that, if you want a win-win here, and you don't want to serve, and we want to serve, then we can write that agreement to say, you don't serve, we do. And there's nothing wrong with that. If we have a person there, we have a person there. If they don't want a person there, they don't have to have a person there. I'm fine with that as well.
So Dr. Taylor, what is your, so ultimately, we have a number of students who are in our day school. And that's a value that these children are not having to be bused to long bus rides to private day schools. So, there's absolutely, when we think about the children, there's a reason to have the day school. I guess my question is, in your conversations with Mr. Vosberg, is there anywhere that we are willing to give? I hear Susan or Chairwoman Randall saying that, we don't necessarily have to have somebody from their side on a steering committee or something along that line.
Which is what we proposed, and they turned that down.
Right, so,
You're asking the right question, and I don't think that any of your requests are unreasonable. If there were requests that were outlandish or didn't serve the best interest of students, we would probably have some room for discussion. You have some very concrete, well-documented, deep concerns about how a program that we are tasked with facilitating and running is being run based on resources, based on care, based on the best interest of students. We prioritize this very vulnerable population of kids so much that we included a separate facility in the CIP. That is how much we care about these kids. we're maybe not seeing that mirrored in county government when this is one of their roles and responsibilities. So,
It's a check.
so to that end, without the electeds coming in and seeing for themselves what services were being provided, I would question whether or not things like a playground, which still hasn't been delivered, would be even in consideration. It's been something that staff has worked on for several years. Staff has requested for several years, kind of met some dead ends. So without the electeds, I think you're making a really good point that elected involvement is necessary because of the failure between staff communication
something
to
so
accomplish a very small task. So having some additional oversight is not necessarily a bad thing. As a matter of fact, it would only benefit children.
That's they don't have to participate in that if we choose to participate in it. But I don't want them to say, you can't participate in it, and we can ask for more clarification and you can't, which is also in here too. So, to me, I just think that's not how I choose to want to take care of these kids and letting families know that there is somebody overseeing this.
Well, and you've
not
got,
just a steering committee of 2 staff members.
yeah, and you've got one other element which I think was really smart for the board to introduce the topic of discussion. While everybody's meeting, let's also talk about private day school students. And you have some fidelity issues that are of concern to this community, and not really a clear avenue on how to address those grievances or how to address their concerns without having recourse, because they are private facilities. If you complain too much, you might find your kid out on the street. You know, there are some really dire circumstances out there that really merit some involvement from the government. And it's unfortunate that your very, very basic requests are not being honored. And so I would request that the board bring this back on its 3-on-3.
I have been making, should it be on the 3-on-3 or should we have it on the agenda for the next 7-on-7?
I would say, yeah, so I think your timing is you're in.
3-on-3 is
You're in a dire need
I didn't know
to-
if we were having
yeah.
another.
But perhaps what we should do is have a resolution from the board for the 3-on-3 to present, because the 3-on-3 is just 3 members talking with 3 other members. If we pass a resolution, now, would that have to be done this evening?
Well, I will say this, a resolution definitely adds some strength,
Well, we
but,
could have a special call meeting if we needed to when we have one of our budget work sessions. But I
Yeah,
think
you
that
don't want
would
it
make
2
our
weeks.
statement.
yeah.
That this is where our board is.
Yeah, and I don't care if we make it optional for them, it's just that
This is.
they're tying one hand behind our back and we are actually overseeing the school.
The issue is, we are responsible for the IEPs. We do the IEP process. And I've been asking I've been kind of a squeaky wheel on this because this population in particular is, a soft spot for me. But we don't know how to get answers. And, who's the contract with? When we contract with a private day school, who's it with? The county of schools. Who's in charge of overseeing that? Who's stopping in to make sure that day-to-day things are happening? Who's in touch with the parents? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
Because our
We-
responsibility is to the student, not
Right.
necessarily the vendor.
And then we have, the scheduled IEP meetings, but if you wait to an IEP meeting to get an update from a family that you don't see every day because they're not in one of our buildings, that's too late for that student. And then that becomes too late for me. That's why I wanted, and also just in the name of accounting, it felt like a smart thing to put our public day school expenses and our private day school expenses in the same conversation. Because essentially, these students could be back and forth between the public and private day setting based on their needs. This might better inform the county's need for our own big standalone day school. because we're looking at all this, you know, essentially that potential student body in one conversation, rather than, you know, 4 kids here, 6 kids here, 24 kids here, 18 kids here, the fact that we don't have a place for middle school students at all, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. And then you compound on that, the county has reimbursed millions of dollars for these expenses. But we're not part of that submission for that reimbursement. So for all when you have a finance person filling out an educational document or an educator filling out a financial document, sometimes you need both people at the same table to make sure you're getting all the pennies. And we need all the pennies. We need every penny we can get. And I looked at the last report, and they got like almost $6 million reimbursed for day school expenses. That's a huge amount that we are essentially responsible for that education, for those students' education, and we have zero knowledge conversation. I don't even know who's on the day school committee. I don't even know. I mean, I know Dr. Hummer was, but again, everybody that becomes the Dr. Hummer after him, but
Dr. Bush.
Dr. Bush. But after that, who else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm lost because we've discussed this so many times in governance, and I thought we had really hammered out like some really
This isn't
good-
really our
We
rule
never know what we
anymore.
want, but the
Yeah.
problem is that there is no discussion, there's no communication.
I don't
that
understand their pushback though. Like,
I
respond
don't
to.
want to talk about education. I think the conversation has been pretty clear
They just
over
want
the
to
past month.
it was very clear in the last 3-on-3, they just want to pay a bill and be done.
And we were fine with that.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine if they just want to pay the bill,
But
but
we
we
still
are
need
still
to.
responsible for the student outcomes to a certain extent, and that's what we've taken.
And so they don't want us to have any
So
say
we don't need
then
to,
in.
They don't want to be in charge, but they don't want us to be participatory. They
Yes.
want to have 2 people that they appoint, plus our superintendent. Okay, we're already outnumbered,
Yeah.
8-1.
And what would
But that's-
happen
It's
is,
also the people.
That's what they
It
want.
doesn't even
But
translate.
our staff that would normally oversee those IEPs and all those other things aren't even that involved.
and like
So
even just
that's
on the
just- that's
business
just
side
not-
of things, we have a need for more spaces, more seats in day school setting, whether it's public or private. So, okay, maybe we should look at other schools that we might extend a contract to. Who does that? Who approves that? Them? They just sign a vendor, we're responsible for the education. Do we have to approve where our kids are gonna be during the day? Or do they just get to sign a contract because somebody came in and filled out a form?
It's the state law.
You know, it's
So
blowing my mind that
I
this is
think
not
that
done
Ms.
yet.
Ely has a point, that maybe what we need to do is add, we do have a work session in 2 weeks,
We
add
do.
a special called meeting to it, so that we can sign a resolution that will be ready, because I think their meeting
Actually,
is May 6th.
your meeting is a special called meeting.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you're
Oh, okay.
already
Right.
there.
So if you can draft a resolution,
Wait, what's
send
the
it so we
special
can
called
all
The 25th?
review it, comment, have input in it. But this really needs to state.
Oh, I know,
No,
I
no,
just,
no.
that's what
It
I'm
needs to state
I
what
usually
the
add it.
board's
5 o'clock?
Yeah.
requirements are.
Yeah.
I mean, these are requirements, and it's based on the need to meet these children's, educational requirements.
That is.
And that we need to put aside any differences, you don't have to put that in there, but we need to put aside any,
Maybe you should put that in there.
well, maybe,
Yeah.
any personal or political differences, and move forward.
This is
for
about
the best
student
interests of
outcomes,
the
which we are
children. But
ultimately
I think everyone here, will have something to contribute to that, so if we can get something early that we can just, look at
And send
and have
it to you.
input, and then you can, synthesize that.
We'll give it to you this week.
And bring it to us, because I think this should be a collective effort of the board.
I agree.
Yep, we'll get it to you this week. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have
Okay,
what I need.
and so do we have any announcements? Okay, let's
Food's
go
here?
get, yep, food's ready,
When are we
so
gonna
let's
read
go.
in?
Let's go get our food and then we'll come back and read in. How's that?
Sorry.
And this strategy, I move that the board convene in a closed meeting pursuant to section 2.2-3711A3 of the Code of Virginia to discuss and/or consider the acquisition of real property for the construction of an elementary school or schools.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
We are in closed session.
Chairman, pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia, I move that the closed meeting of the school board on April 11, 2023 be certified by adopting the following resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of Stafford County hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Second.
Ms. Hall, would you pull the board, please?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Chase
Agree.
and Ms. Guy? Agree. Ms. Halsted?
Agree.
Ms. Healy?
Agree.
Ms. Randall?
Agree.
Ms. Sigmund?
Agree.
And Dr. Warner?
Agree.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion coming out of closed session?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion that the school board select the site known as tax map number 29-35K for the construction of elementary school 19 in order to open the school as scheduled on August 2026.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Ms. Halsted?
So I know we just talked about this, but I feel like right now with the information that we've been given, I'm not comfortable with it, so I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay. Ms. Guy?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Ms. Healy?
No comment.
Okay. Ms. Sigmund?
Not commenting.
Dr. Warner?
I'm ready to vote.
Dr. Chase?
Yeah, anything that gets us elementary school sooner is great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm also a no comment. Go ahead and cast your vote. Oh, shoot. I made a mistake. Can we start over? Sorry. Thank you. All right, cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion fails 4-3. Dr. Chase, Dr. Warner, Ms. Guy, yes. Ms. Sigmund, Ms. Healy, Ms. Randall, and Ms. Halsted, no. Okay. Moving on to our regular business meeting. Do we have the ROTC? There we are. Okay. Do you want to come forward?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hoorah! Order! Colors!
What do I need to say? Before I continue with this meeting, there is a white truck, or a white car, Acura, blocking a truck in the circle, and they need to leave. So if you're the owner of that vehicle, could you please move it? Okay, tonight's members of the Color Guard were from Mountain View High School's Marine Corps JROTC, and I would like to thank Cadet Private Gray, Cadet Staff Sergeant Cam, Cadet Staff Sergeant Johnson, Cadet Lance Corporal Simeon, and Cadet Major Tangway. Thank you all very much for this evening. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Hall, can you take the roll, please?
Dr. Chase?
Here.
And Ms. Buckman?
Here.
Ms. Guy?
She stepped out.
Okay, Ms. Halsted?
Here.
Ms. Healy? Here. Ms. Randall?
Here.
Ms. Sigmund?
Here.
Ms. Solomon is absent. Dr. Warner?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have no one participating electronically this evening, so we will move to Agenda Approval 2.01, approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
A second, please.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any conversations? Okay. Please cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to consent items. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the consent.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Are there any changes? No changes? Okay. Please cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to announcements. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm excited to make several administrative announcements that were just appointed this evening. And as I call your name, if you could please come forward to the podium here and introduce yourself to the board. And I'm going to read a few words about you. First up is Dr. Ann Bush. Let's welcome her. And if you're looking at Dr. Bush saying, gosh, didn't we just see Dr. Bush? You'd be right. Dr. Bush was appointed this past year to serve as our Director of Student Services, and she'll be stepping into the Chief Student Services Officer position on a permanent basis, a position that she held since January on an acting role. Dr. Bush returned to Stafford last summer as the Director of Student Services, as I mentioned, after previously serving for the past 12 years in King George County, both as the Division Supervisor for Student Services as well as an Assistant Principal and Interim Principal. We are excited to have her step into this role and to guide our efforts as we continue to serve all students with specialized instruction and support that they need to thrive. Dr. Bush earned her bachelor's degree in speech and drama from Dowling College in New York, her master's degree in educational administration from Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi, and most recently, her Doctor of Education degree from Liberty University in Virginia. Welcome again, Dr. Bush.
Thank you. I just want to let you know that I'm just really grateful for the support of the great leadership here and the collaboration within this division that I found coming back. And really the support of all the educators and specifically also my husband who has supported me through my education and through my career. So I look forward to serving in this new capacity. Thank you.
Thanks. And do you have any family here this evening?
Yep, my husband is here.
All right, you got to stand to be recognized.
To my husband.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, for our position of Director of Research, Evaluation, and Strategic Improvement is Dr. Amanda Schutz. Dr. Schutz will oversee our work both as we assess our progress towards meeting the goals in our strategic plan and to help extend our reach through strategic growth opportunities. Dr. Schutz joined the Stafford Schools team in 2021 as our first data and research scientist, bringing her sharp research lens to support stronger use of data collection and analysis across the school division and contributing to the design of our new strategic plan, Elevate Stafford. Prior to her time here, Dr. Schutz was on the research faculty of Washington University School of Medicine, where she oversaw research teams supporting 5 university health systems, managing competitive grants to support research initiatives, and led studies that resulted in peer-reviewed publications and presentations. Dr. Schutz also served as adjunct faculty member at the University of Maryland for over a decade, teaching undergraduate and graduate courses in research methodology, organizational theory, and program management. Dr. Schutz earned her bachelor's degree from the College of William & Mary, her master in public administration with a concentration in management and policy from the University of Delaware, and her doctorate in public health with a concentration in biostatistics and management from St. Louis University. Congratulations, Dr. Schutz.
Thank you all so much. I'm so excited to continue the work that our team has built and continue to move us forward. I feel like I now need to thank my husband, so he's not here, but Dr. Bush thanked her, so I should thank mine as well and my family. And I'm so excited. Thank you all. I appreciate the trust that you're giving in me to continue the good and important work that we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schutz. Earlier today, we had a work session and annual training for our Head Start program. It's an opportunity for the school board each year to refresh its memory on some of our pre-K programs and early childhood services that we offer, with a concentration in some of our Head Start programs. We also had a chance to say goodbye for the last time at a school board meeting presentation. Kathy Massey, who served in the role of director of our early childhood programs for several years. This evening, we're delighted to appoint her replacement, and I would like to welcome Amanda D'Orazio to the podium. In addition to bringing a row of distinguished guests with her this evening, so she has a lot of family to recognize. Ms. D'Orazio will be stepping into this very important role on July 1st. She has served as the assistant principal at the Rising Star Early Childhood Center campus, which is in the southern half of our county, for the last 3 years and has served with distinction. She's provided leadership in all of our pre-K programs, whether it be special education, Head Start, or some of our state-sponsored early childhood programs. Prior to becoming an administrator, Ms. D'Orazio was a primary teacher at Rocky Run Elementary School for 15 years, where she was a grade level lead, a summer school lead, teacher mentor, and a finalist for the division-wide Teacher of the Year award. Her passion is in pre-K and kindergarten for sure. She prides herself as both a teacher at heart and a lifelong learner. She is a clinical faculty member at the University of Mary Washington, as well as a student participating in a program on special education leadership. Ms. D'Orazio received her Bachelor's of Science degree from the James Madison University and her Master of Education with a concentration in leadership from Regent University. We are so excited to see what you will do next. Welcome, Ms. D'Orazio.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Taylor, thank you all so much for this excellent opportunity. I'm like without words, but I'm really excited about what we're going to do for our littlest learners. Thank you.
And you have to introduce your family too. The family has to stand, so.
All of my family is here.
here, my parents, my husband, my children, my very best friend, and my niece and my brother.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes administrative appointments for this evening.
Well, that was so fun. Thank you. All right, moving on to our awards and recognitions.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Taylor. Annually, April is recognized as the month of the military child. Accepting the proclamation tonight is Colonel Michael Brooks, Commanding Officer, Marine Corps Base Quantico, and Penny Rowley, Family Liaison Officer, Marine Corps Base Quantico. A proclamation to recognize April 2023 as the month of the military child. Whereas Stafford County is proud to be home to many children whose parents serve in the military stationed throughout the local region, and whereas April has been designated by the Virginia Department of Education as the month of the military child, which is a special month to recognize and pay tribute to military members and their children for the daily sacrifices made and for their communication, courage, unconditional support for our armed forces. Whereas the month of the military child reaffirms Stafford County's commitment to ensuring excellence in schools, childcare, and youth services to military children who face unique challenges that other children their age never experience. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the School Board of Stafford County hereby designates April 2023 as the month of the military child throughout the school division. Adopted by the School Board on Stafford County on the 7th day of March, 2023. Thank you. Can you join us over here? It is appropriate that we follow our military child proclamation with recognition of a few of our outstanding JROTC units. Colonel Brooks and Ms. Rowley, will you remain with us as we recognize two of our outstanding cadet battalions? Will Sergeant Major Alan Tanner and Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Ailey Barrera from Mountain View High School, Major Joseph Pabalon, Cadet Majors Ronan Dowling and Owen Hoy, and Cadet Chief Master Sergeant William Dunlap from North Stafford High School, please come forward to accept the certificates on behalf of your programs. Congratulations to Mountain View High School's Marine Corps JROTC cadets who recently received an outstanding rating during the Inspector General inspection by Headquarters Marine Corps Chain of Command. Additionally, their program will continue to be designated as a Naval Honor School. At this time, will all of the Mountain View High School Marine Corps JROTC cadets who are present please stand and be recognized. Next, please join me in congratulating North Stafford High School's Air Force JROTC, who received outstanding ratings during the Air Force Chain of Command's external inspection and were acknowledged as a top performer in our region. Will all of North Stafford High School cadets in the audience please stand and be recognized? To our cadets, thank you for representing this division with precision and skill. And to our JROTC instructors, thank you for your service, leadership, and commitment to our students. Congratulations. Now stay there and let me take a photo.
We got you. Okay.
Trouble.
Ms. Randall, can we bring all the cadets from Mountain View here down for the picture?
Thank you. Annually, April is recognized as National Autism Acceptance Month as a nationwide effort to promote autism awareness, inclusion, and self-determination for all. In support of this, Stafford Schools declares April as Autism Appreciation Month. Accepting the school system's proclamation this evening are Courtney Werzer and Allison Johnson, autism coordinators for Stafford County Public Schools. A proclamation to recognize April 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month. Whereas April has been designated as National Autism Acceptance Month, and whereas autism occurs in all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups, whereas Stafford Schools provides ongoing training to educate parents and professionals about autism and its effects, now therefore be it proclaimed that the School Board of Stafford County hereby designates April 2023 as Autism Acceptance Month throughout the school division, adopted by the School Board of Stafford County on this 7th day of March 2023. Annually, April is observed nationally as School Library Month. Accepting the school system's proclamation this evening are Rock Hill Elementary School librarian Anna McConnell and Rodney Thompson Middle School librarian Ashley Welch. A proclamation to recognize April 2023 as School Library Month. Whereas school library programs ensure that students and staff are effective users of information, and whereas school librarians provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure the library program is an integral part of the instructional program of the school, now therefore be it proclaimed that the School Board of Stafford County hereby designates April 2023 as School Library Month throughout the school division, adopted by the School Board of Stafford County on this 7th day of March 2023. Stafford Schools declares April as Community Appreciation Month. Tonight, we recognize the positive impact that the Rappahannock United Way has made in the Stafford community through their work to encourage active volunteerism and participation in the school community. Accepting the school system's proclamation this evening is Rappahannock's United Way's president, Ms. Janelle Donahue. A proclamation to designate April 2023 as the month of community appreciation. Whereas the School Board of Stafford County strives to maintain positive public and community relations by working with local businesses, agencies, community members, faith institutions, and organizations to create partnerships, and whereas the support to students, staff, and families from our community has strengthened the school division's ability to prepare students for success in their education, work, and citizenship, now therefore be it proclaimed that the School Board of Stafford County hereby designates April 2023 as the month of community appreciation, adopted by the School Board of Stafford County on the 7th day of March 2023. We'll next recognize our 2023 Virginia Piedmont Regent Science Fair students. Middle and high school students across the division recently represented Stafford Schools in the Virginia Piedmont Regional Science Fair. With the support of their teachers and sponsors, students demonstrated true scientific thought supported by sound research principles and earned a wide range of noteworthy recognitions. Additionally, all middle school first place winners are eligible to compete and represent the region in the upcoming Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge this fall. Students, please come forward when I call your name. Audience, please hold your applause until the end. In the Behavioral Health and Social Science category, congratulations to Elena Crumry from Dixon Smith Middle School, the first place winner of How Different Activities Affect Sleep Patterns. Elena also received the Social Science Award, the American Psychological Association Award, and is eligible to participate in the upcoming Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge. Congratulations to Maddie Shaw from Dixon Smith Middle School for her honorable mention for effects of sleep on SOL scores. In the biochemistry category, congratulations to Jade Byrne of Drew Middle School, honorable mention for Is DNA in a Strawberry Affected by Different Environments? Congratulations to Cecilia Wynn from Drew Middle School for her honorable mention, Is DNA in a Strawberry Affected by Different Environments? In the Earth and Planetary Science category, congratulations to Liam Hart from Dixon Smith Middle School, the second place winner for acid on limestone. In the Energy and Transportation category, congratulations to Timothy Mullen, Drew Middle School, the first place winner for revolutioning electrolysis, and to Caleb Worley, also of Drew Middle School, for revolutionary electrolysis. Congratulations to Eben Zaffram for first place for revolutioning electrolysis. Timothy, Caleb, and Island are eligible to participate in the upcoming Innovators Challenge. In the Environmental Management category, congratulations to Adriana Castro from Dixon Smith Middle School on her first place for how oil spills affect bird feathers. In the Environmental Sciences category, congratulations to Aya Karawan, Mountain View High School, second place for investigating the effect of pollutants on water and evaporation. To Zahara Lugwit, second place for investigating the effects of pollutants on water evaporation. And to Jacob Lubinski, second place, investigating the effects of pollutants on water evaporation. In the microbiology category, congratulations to Connor Fitcher, Dixon Smith Middle School, the first place winner for effects of NACI on E. coli growth. Connor also received the National Ground Intelligence Center Achievement Award, the Norfolk Innovation Award, and is eligible to participate in the Innovators Challenge. Congratulations to John Harvey from A.G. Wright Middle School, the second place winner for Which Cleanser Really Works. In the Plant Sciences category, congratulations to Noah Overton, Dixon Smith Middle School, for third place on how water purity affects plant growth. To Bryson Sabin, third place, how water purity affects plant growth. Finally, we are incredibly pleased to share that for the very first time, a Stafford student has been named one of 2 International Science and Engineering Fair Grand Award winners. This student is now eligible to compete and represent our region at the International Science and Engineering Fair in Dallas, Texas this coming May. Adita Biswas, will you please come forward? In the Materials and Bioengineering category, congratulations to Colonial Forge's Adita Biswas, VP RSF Grand Winner and Norfolk Innovation Award recipient for tracking essential tremors. Adita, we recognize what an incredible honor it is for our school division to be represented in the International Science and Engineering Fair, and we are deeply inspired by your hard work. To all of our junior scientists, Stafford Schools is equally inspired by your hard work and keen scientific minds. We wish you continued success in your future endeavors. Congratulations. At this time, we will recognize the sponsors who have supported the students in their projects and escorted them to the science fair. When I call your name, please come forward. Kyle Altman, A.G. Wright Middle School. Catherine Halloran, Drew Middle School. Mitchell Buell, Dixon Smith Middle School. Susan Easter, Colonial Forge High School. And Callie Hamiel, Mountain View High School. Sponsors, we thank you for your guidance. Your continued support allows our students to achieve at their highest potential. Thank you for your commitments to excellence and leadership.
Thank you, parents, for raising these amazing kids. This is just awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, after awards and presentations, we're going to our student representatives report. Catherine, you want to go ahead?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So I really just have a couple things that I'd like to quickly touch on tonight. So first, a few announcements, things Meraki and I have been working on and things that we're really excited to share. So first, I'd like to go ahead and announce that we officially have our long-promised blog up and running. So here, we really look forward to posting important information about the goings-on in the county. So please feel free to tune in. We'll appreciate any engagement with this platform. So additionally, as a part of this blog, we've attached a link to a Google survey, which will allow students to reach out to us at any point during the year to share their thoughts, their opinions, their ideas, their concerns, their questions, which is especially critical to allow continuous interaction and communication with our student body. And as representatives of the student body, this is a very important and necessary step as we move forward in engaging with our student population. So next, I just wanted to briefly highlight the March 28th work session where Meraki and I were able to give an analysis of the results of the survey that we conducted earlier this year. So I would like to thank the superintendent and the board for this opportunity. We were so thrilled to be able to share the results of our survey. It served as an excellent preliminary glance into the concerns of the student population. And I will say that after reviewing the data we collected and sharing the results with the board, I did begin to look into some of the biggest issues outlined by our students. And I realize I've already shared those with you. But among these included drug use, violence, mental health, etc. And I was curious to see how these issues manifest in other counties across the nation, not just Stafford. And I discovered in my research that mental health represents one of the biggest concerns facing our school system. So I'm sure this is absolutely no surprise to you at all. But what I did find to be of interest is the fact that mental health has ties to a plethora of other issues seen in our school systems. For example, drug use can be tied back to poor mental health. Violence and erratic behavior can be traced back to mental health issues. Overuse of technology, poor nutrition, bullying, suicide, etc. can all be traced back to mental health issues. So in targeting mental health as a primary objective, we may also be able to ameliorate some of the other issues we are currently facing in our county. So because of this, I took an active interest in researching approaches to tackle the issue of mental health in our school system. So through my research, I found that it's very necessary to implement a comprehensive, all-inclusive approach to confronting this issue. Meaning, we target mental health in schools, both in and out. We target our community as well. We make resources more accessible. We include parents, professionals, and students in this critical conversation. We adopt a mindset of prevention instead of treatment, and we highlight mental health as one of our main priorities in this school system, because it impacts our students and our community on such a fundamental level. As a student in our school system, and one who is up close seeing the effects of poor mental health, I find myself very, very passionate about this issue. So I've already begun discussing with the superintendent, the chair, and the vice chair potential avenues to explore the expansion of this initiative, and I would love to begin to continue to look into more opportunities to improve mental health throughout the county. So if you have any questions on this at all, please feel free to let me know. I will be leaving after my report, so if you have questions immediately after, feel free to let me know. If you can come up with any later, feel free to send me an email, and I'd be more than happy to respond to that. Finally, on a much lighter note, I would just like to offer up some encouragement to everyone as we finish the year strong. I know I need it. I'm sure a lot of other people do as well. So good luck to everyone who has exams in the next several weeks, and congratulations to all graduating seniors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our presentations. We have a video recap of the 47th Annual Fine and Performing Arts Festival.
Here's for sending an email with typos ever again.
Thank you for that. Okay, next up is, for a presentation, is the annual report and recommendations of the school board's Visual and Performing Arts Advisory Committee. Come on up.
Madam Chair, I should point out that this is the first report of the first school board advisory under the new structure, so no pressure, you got this.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Taylor. My name is Monique Reed, and I am pleased to serve as the chairperson of the Visual and Performing Arts Advisory Committee. Our committee's purpose is to advise the school board on the arts education needs of all students throughout our school division. Oh, thank you. I'd like to ask any member of our Visual and Performing Arts Advisory Committee who are in attendance to please stand. We would also like to acknowledge our school board liaison, Maya Guy, and staff liaison, Dr. Anna Marie Bellina. Our mission statement drives our work to support all students. The arts play a critical role in developing the whole child. Experiences in the arts enable students to think creatively, innovate, as well as appreciate diverse cultures and backgrounds. Several research studies demonstrate that children studying the arts are more proficient in reading, writing, and mathematics. In countries with students who rank highly in these subjects, art education is a mandatory part of a school's curriculum. Other studies show children who take coursework in the arts are happier, more engaged, and enjoy going to school, all of which contribute to their future success. As such, we were given the task of reviewing the Stafford School's program of study and potential pathways to enrich and support student interests and career paths. As the board is aware, there is discussion around the potential for academies at our high schools. A Visual and Performing Arts Academy was listed as one of the potential options in recent surveys to students and parents. Our committee has been reviewing the potential since we began our work in January. Tonight, we wish to share our discussions thus far and the plan and the work we plan to continue. We wish to define a few key vocabulary within the context of our report. Sequence, sequential courses that guide students through all the content in a spiraling manner and build upon existing knowledge and content mastery as they continue to move through the sequence. An example is Arts 1 through 4. Pathway, a course of study that focuses on a particular interest area, i.e. musical theater, that provides specialized instruction in order to facilitate deep learning experiences and advance coursework and support students with necessary skills and knowledge to excel in college and careers. Access, courses being offered at a school and students being able to schedule them without conflict. Program study and/or course catalog. Available course offerings and suggested sequencing that consider the student's abilities, interests, post-secondary goals, and state graduation requirements. We began our work as a committee by reviewing the Stafford School's program of studies. This work is specifically aligned to goals 1 and 2 of our strategic plan. While we are still in the research and data gathering phase, some data is already available to us. Data from a high school senior survey conducted last year by the committee, the student survey data from the fall regarding potential academies, and data from discussion within our group as well as VPA lead teachers. There is some definite enthusiasm around the idea of a Visual and Performing Arts Academy. Based on the survey data from the fall, our students and parents do have an interest in potential pathways that supports increased time in art classes and greater depth of study. When current high school students were asked what type of arts programs they would be interested in, these are a few of the responses. Our committee would like to conduct a deeper survey into what specific visual and performing arts program is appealing for students to determine more focused efforts. In last year's student survey, participants shared what skills and knowledge they gained from participating in arts classes. Responses range from increased artistic skills development and content knowledge, as well as important life skills that employers seek, such as leadership skills and learning how to work with others. Increased social emotional skills were also prominent, skills we know are important to student success. Dr. Bellino also gathered informal data from the VPA lead teachers regarding potential pathways in an academic model. Based on their discussions, as well as with those within our group, several opportunities and a few challenges have been identified. Opportunities. While the data tells us that students have an interest in a VPA academy, it is necessary to dive deeper into student relevance and interests. An academy for the visual and performing arts could provide more specialized instruction for students to gain experiences and skills to excel in college and careers. Particular pathways lend themselves to internships and apprenticeships with arts organizations and industry partners that will give students real-world experiences to better prepare for work in arts-related fields. This could include certifications on industry-grade programs such as Adobe for graphic design. There's currently a shortage within the performing arts industry, particularly sound engineers, and of course, arts educators. Challenges. Go back, sorry. Challenges. Our committee would also like to highlight some challenges for consideration. Keep in mind, challenges are obstacles, but do not mean that these ideas should be discarded. Rather, it encourages us to find holistic, sustainable ways to maintain and expand our programs. One of the top concerns listed was budget. Additional teachers for the increased number of students and courses in an academy, including a different staffing model while maintaining what already exists in current schools. Course scheduling is often a complex task, and expanding our course offerings at a VPA academy would continue to add complexity. Overall access to a VPA academy could be a barrier with this program of study. An example would be a student who wishes to enroll in dance, but has not had the opportunity to study dance outside of school. How could we ensure that students who wish to take part are given a fair and truly equitable shot? One of our strengths is that each of our high schools' arts programs are all strong. While there has always been friendly competition within the county arts programs, we want to ensure that an academic model does not exasperate those rivalries, but help build a community of passion and focus. The performing arts in particular rely heavily on ensemble and community building, as it is often a very social endeavor that relies on collaboration and connection for success. Lastly, what would the opportunities look like for our students when it comes to entering and exiting a program or pathway? How could we best set them up for success with those challenges? As we discussed the potential VPA academy, the primary concern throughout our discussion was that each of our high schools still includes sequences in music, visual arts, and theater arts. Not every student who takes a visual or performing arts class will be interested in attending a VPA academy, or might be interested in pursuing the arts as a pathway, and that's okay. The arts are a lifelong pursuit that lead to a greater well-being, and all students deserve access to arts courses. Our committee proposes that the essential arts education program on the screen should still continue if we implement a VPA academy. Truthfully, these are fairly identical to what we already offer and should continue to include both circular offerings and co-circular offerings such as marching band and theater productions. These offerings should remain at all of our high schools. Our committee believes in creating a VPA academy. We should consider programs that allow students to explore programs of study beyond what is currently available at their actual base school. So what might that include? These are just examples of pathways we should like to explore more in. We would like to explore more in musical production, music composition, music instrument repair, musical theater, digital art and graphic design, photography, and dance. We see great potential for our students to have rich, deep experiences with a VPA Academy model. However, we are still grappling with a few questions. Which pathways would be relevant to students? We have some ideas of what our students are interested in, and also where industry opportunities may exist. Surveying our students and reviewing course enrollment data will give us a clearer picture to recommend particular pathways. What might an inclusive and accessible application process look like? Some of our students may have experiences outside of school that are rich in a particular art form, like dance. Others may not have that opportunity to do so. How do we make room for both of these students in a pathway? What is the capacity for students who might enter and participate in these pathways? This question will require our group to review data points and make recommendations based on current scheduling practices and the facility that may house a VPA academy. What business and industry partners in the region could support our students with mentorship, internships, and other career work? And finally, how do our pre-K through 8 experiences align to high school sequences and pathways to ensure that 1, students are prepared for the level of rigor in these pathways, and 2, students have interest in these pathways due to their previous experiences and knowledge? The following considerations should be addressed as a collective community in the upcoming year in order to provide our community with the best VPA Academy model and pathway possible. Keeping essential arts offerings at all high schools in order to provide arts education access for all students. Determining the application process will need to be a focus of the work of our committee and with students in the upcoming year. There are obviously budget implications for this type of programming since a VPA academy will require additional staff for the pathways. These will need to be further examined. Transportation challenges have been brought up as an area of concern. However, we understand that those nuisances are being discussed and worked out. A review of current course offerings, adding course offerings, and alignment to the proposed pathways will need to be developed. Master scheduling at a potential VPA academy will need to be arts-friendly, built to support the learning of the students in the academy. The academy has yet to review the courses and curriculum in elementary and middle school that align to potential pathways. And finally, as with other academies, we want to ensure there are proper enter and exit opportunities for students. Our academy would like to further explore these options. With proper planning and stakeholder input, the potential of a VPA academy can be an exciting endeavor for our students. Many of our students are eager to enter into this type of academy, as not only can it be an opportunity to explore their interests and express themselves, but can also lead to a fruitful and satisfying career in the field. We welcome any feedback or direction you may have. Our committee will continue to work side by side with Dr. Bellino and staff so that by next April, we present you a more in-depth proposal and plan. Our plans for the remainder of 2023 are as follows. Gather relevant information on academies and pathways from other models. Hold continued discussion with stakeholder groups. Conduct a student roundtable and survey specifically to gather interest on visual and performing arts pathways, and identify industry partners in the region and hold an industry-focused meeting. On behalf of our committee, I would like to thank the board for your support in ensuring high-quality, equitable, and comprehensive arts education programs for our students. We appreciate the opportunity to share our current work with you and for supporting arts education in Stafford County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Reed. Great job. First committee, that's so awesome. And I have to say, we really enjoy getting these reports because we're able to take all of the recommendations into our work session and trying to implement them into our budget as well as our strategic plans, all of those things. So we really appreciate your input to that. So thank you so much. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Okay.
I just want to say what a great job you did. Where'd you go? Where'd you go over there, Mike? You did so good. I'm so proud of you. That was great.
All right. So next up is our citizen comments, and we have 12 signed up. This one? Okay. All right. 3 minutes are allotted to each speaker or group. Speakers are encouraged to provide a copy of the comments to the board clerk. Speakers shall identify themselves by name and organizational affiliation if the spokesperson represents an organization. Speakers shall also announce the purpose or topic of their comments. Citizen comment which is profane, abusive, or which threatens imminent physical harm shall be ruled out of order by the chairperson. Although the board provides the opportunity for citizens' comment, individuals desiring to register complaints against division employees or division programs, services, or activities may also utilize the procedures outlined in School Board Policy 1113, Public Complaints. Individuals who desire to address the school board during this meeting must have signed up before 4 p.m. on April 11th. An online sign-up form is available staffordschools.net. Anyone who does not wish to use the form may contact the school board clerk via email or telephone before the deadline to be added to our sign-up list. Ms. Hall, can you go ahead and call the names?
Yes, ma'am. The first 5 are Melissa O'Connell, Kelly Trina Mason, Alicia Stevens, and Lindsay Backham.
Okay, if you could come up, and the rest of you, if you would want to start a line over here on the left-hand side, so we can keep the line moving.
Just let me know when I'm ready.
Yep.
Okay, great. My name is Melissa O'Connell, and I'm here today to challenge the decision to merge the different special education programs. As we all are aware, there is no one-size-fits-all approach to education, and this is especially true of special needs students. Lumping distinctively different special needs programs will further limit the staff's ability to effectively teach and ultimately create a more chaotic and traumatizing school environment. The current structure recognizes that the individual needs of children in these programs are nuanced, and the staff are trained according to needs of their class population. While EBS and LD students are typically on an SOL track, many autism students follow a VAP track, where academic goals can be secondary to developing independent living skills and learning how to interact in society. These children often cannot advocate for themselves or understand the world around them. I am concerned not only as a parent of a student with special needs, but also as a former EBS para for the county and former mental health counselor. While working in the EBS classroom, situations included, but were not limited to, chairs thrown at staff and other students, biting, kicking, scratching, spitting, physical threats of violence, and destruction of property. I realized I needed to find other employment when an EBS child tried to kick me in my stomach while I was 7 months pregnant and threatened to bring a knife to school to stab me and kill my baby. Needless to say, I did not feel safe, nor did the other staff or children in the classroom. My argument against merging the special education programs is not only for the safety and protection of children with autism and learning difficulties, but also for the EBS students themselves. Students who require emotional behavioral support are easily triggered by students who engage in repetitive behaviors, make loud noises, repeat memorized dialogue, or echo word patterns. These are all behaviors you will find in an autism classroom. The message that safety is the #1 concern, our children's safety is paramount, does not appear to apply to our most vulnerable population of students. A safe classroom supervised by a highly specialized educator will be replaced with a minefield environment where children who are unable to verbalize their needs, wants, or fears are confronted with socially maladjusted and easily provoked students. Considerations as obvious as child safety and staff expertise were clearly overlooked with this decision because it did not go through the proper due diligence that we typically see with the general population. Special needs parents weren't informed of the decision, let alone included. Why haven't we received a justifiable reason for this change? When will we find out? The lack of notification and ability to plan for these changes highlights the school system's ignorance of this community and lack of concern for the well-being of these children. The school system
Thank you,
must
Ms.
reconsider
O'Connell.
this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
It's okay. You don't have to get my name right.
I probably won't.
Kelly Mattis.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Taylor. My name is Kelly Mattis. I'm the German teacher and the co-chair of the World Language Department at Brook Point High School. I've come to speak to you tonight about the leadership qualities of the Brook Point principal and how those qualities are the ones to which all of your principals and principal designees should aspire. In my 35 years of teaching, I've had approximately 18 principals, some good, some bad, and most somewhere in between. But this one deserves to be praised as the best leader I've had, one who leads by example and one that could help you to retain more teachers. Tim Roberts leads by the power of the relationships he builds in a school. He openly values his staff and actively encourages us to collaborate, to learn from each other, and to seek out opportunities to learn more about our content areas. He backs up that encouragement by learning about what we do in our content areas, by being curious about what we do, and by devoting as much monetary support towards those ends as he has been able. Tim Roberts also does something that I have never seen in my 35 years of teaching. He lets his teachers and students have a real voice in the decision-making process in the school, and even if he doesn't agree with us, or if he has to make a decision we don't particularly like, we never feel like he hasn't listened to us. Most principals and school divisions survey you to death, asking you for your input, and then go ahead and do whatever they wanted to do in the first place, regardless of the input. It's rare to have a leader who actually listens to you and thoughtfully considers your opinion. Mr. Roberts does this on a daily basis. He's honest, direct, and transparent with all of the school's stakeholders, and he expects the same from us. He respects his staff to do what we believe to do is right and to be the best for our students, as he tries to do. He trusts us to do our job well and never loses faith in us. He's created a community where everyone feels like they have a voice, and where we have the right and the permission to use that voice without fear of retaliation, which is a rare thing indeed. And he's created this community in 4 years, 2 of which were completely insane because of the pandemic. And although you may believe it's in the best interest of our school to reassign him, many of us who have taught in other places with admin who were more experienced than Tim Roberts, but who are not half the leader that he is, we would like to ask you to actually listen to us when we tell you that the qualities that Tim Roberts has are the ones that matter in the long run, and are the ones that will retain the great teachers the longest.
Thank you. Next speaker, Trenda Mason.
Good evening, I'm Trenda Mason, a proud teacher at Brook Point High School. I haven't started talking yet, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I thought I got to talk on the subject. So I cannot wrap my head around the decision to remove Tim Roberts as principal at Brook Point. I don't know what data could possibly validate this decision, and I don't know who ultimately made it. I do know it wasn't someone who truly has considered thoughtfully the culture at Brook Point and the leadership qualities required to navigate through our unique challenges. Qualities, by the way, that Tim Roberts has in spades. Nor was it someone who was led through the most traumatic year of his or her career by Tim Roberts' calm and supportive demeanor. And it was not anyone who bothered to ask us how we felt until after the fact. And as we were asked last week, what qualities do you want in a principal? I think we were dumbfounded because we were thinking, we want the qualities that we have. Tim Roberts is a class act. Obviously, he knows all of his staff members' names, but he knows our family members' interests, vacation spots. He knows our pets and every ailment they have ever had. And he loves our students. He creates an environment where our students have a voice and an opportunity to feel seen and understood and celebrated. He doesn't just tell us we're a family, he proves to us every day that we are one. And as a family, we hope together, work together, grieve and heal, fight and reconcile, succeed and yes, sometimes fail, but when we fail, we face it, we come up with solutions, and we progress together. Most importantly, we laugh. Tim Roberts understands life's most important truths, that funny is funny, and his levity in the past 3 arduous years has been a gift. Dr. Taylor, in your recent letter to us regarding this issue, you expressed that you hoped that people didn't choose a place to work solely on one person. Well, we don't solely work at Brook Point because of Tim Roberts, but he's a huge reason why we stay and why we love it. You had mentioned also you would be pretty disappointed in the reaction should people decide to leave because of this, but please consider what it has demonstrated to us. It's evidence that you can be an amazing human being, hardworking, ethical, and really, really good at your job, but still be undervalued and disposed of. It's disconcerting working under that kind of cloud and realization. An exodus might be disappointing, but it should not be surprising. Very ironically, it is that very response and reaction that great leadership inspires. I share these thoughts with you this evening respectfully, and I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Alicia No?
Lindsay Backham.
No? Okay.
The next speakers will be Anita Dodd, a little easier to say, Todd McGee, Alyssa, oh, I apologize, okay, Alyssa Bedenbaugh, and then Anita Dodd, and then Todd McGee. Go ahead.
Yes, because I don't see Alyssa standing up. Not you.
And while Ms. Dodd comes forward, I'll call the others as well. Brad Elmore and Lindsay Backham.
Okay. She was twice.
Good evening. My name is Anita Dodd, and I'm the chairman of the Stafford County Cemetery Committee, and I'm here tonight to bring to your attention the Flatford Family Cemetery that is located on the grounds of North Stafford High School. The cemetery is located on the hill that is between the football field, and there's a parking lot on the top of that hill. In 2008, the cemetery committee surveyed this cemetery, and at that time we were shown a broken headstone that belonged in the cemetery. It was being stored in the school's hothouse. We were told that the school no longer wished to store the marker, so it is now in the hands of the cemetery committee. Over the years, I have talked with several members of the Stafford County public school system, and recently talked with Mr. Coleman, the administration assistant at North Stafford High School, about the cemetery. Mr. Coleman was going to report our meeting to the school's administrator and suggested that I talk to the school board. We have located the base of the marker, so we know where the marker belongs in the cemetery. The marker is in about 13 pieces and would need a professional repair to repair it and reset it. The committee has a contact information for a person who does this type of work and has done some for us for other cemeteries. We have identified 12 burials in the cemetery that are either marked with field stones or are depressions, and the one burial site where the broken headstone belongs. Because the field stones are hard to recognize as markers for burials, most people do not realize a cemetery is there. It would be nice to have a fence put around the cemetery with a sign to identify it. There is another cemetery on North Stafford High School property as well, the AA Family Cemetery, that has been treated in this way. The Stafford County Cemetery Committee would be glad to assist with the arrangements for the restoration of the marker and its resetting. I've got copies of the cemetery surveys for both the cemeteries and my contact information that I understand will be emailed to you tomorrow, because I only brought one copy of everything. So I appreciate you listening, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me, and see, hopefully we can get this squared away. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dodd. Mr. McGee?
All right. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Todd McGee. I teach high school biology at Brook Point High School. So just to kind of start off today, as a high school biology teacher of nearly 15 years, I have tried to model best practices that I instill within my students, which is to draw objective conclusions from observable data. I have never been one to make assumptions when limited information is available. However, considering the relatively opaque circumstances and recent decisions, along with embracing our school's motto as one, I feel it is necessary to express my opposition to the decision to change leadership at Brook Point High School. And by this, I'm specifically referring to the outgoing transfer of our principal, Mr. Timothy Roberts. I have had the privilege of working with Mr. Roberts since I began teaching in Stafford schools for this county back in 2010. And from this, I saw his growth as a principal intern, working hard for all of his students and faculty members, finally becoming our assistant principal, and then becoming our head principal just at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. I can attest to his unwavering dedication to the success of our students and to the mission of Stafford schools. Throughout all of the chaos we endured as a community and through those hard times, he was committed to our triumph. A common theme explored in educational psychology is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and this is structured like a pyramid, with the most important needs, physiological needs, at the bottom, followed by increasing levels of hierarchy, such as safety and security, and then succeeded by love and belonging. And as educators, we know that these needs must be acknowledged before higher levels can be realized amongst our populations. And through the difficulties of the pandemic and to the return to school amid an increasingly political environment for public education, Mr. Roberts worked tirelessly to provide for these needs for his students and also for his own faculty. Mr. Roberts stressed the importance of building community. And I just have to say, with what Ms. Mady said, he definitely was asking us, how did we feel all the time? He built that trust in his staff. The loss of Mr. Roberts from this position at Brook Point High School would be a loss for Stafford County, and his dedication, hard work, and commitment to our students and faculty should be celebrated and honored. In conclusion, I would like the board to reflect and honor the hard work and dedication of Mr. Timothy Roberts during his time as principal at Brook Point High School. He has been an exceptional leader who has made significant contributions to our school and community. His commitment to the mission of Stafford schools and his ability to adjust to different environment and take feedback and his willingness to adapt are essential qualities of any leader. On a side note, Mr. Roberts, we love you and we thank you for your service to Stafford County and our school and making our school a better place. And as it goes, once a Blackhawk, always a Blackhawk.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brad Elmore.
Do I do anything up here or I just start up?
Just
Perfect. Hi, thank you all for being here. My name is Brad. I'm a first-year teacher at Brook Point. Over the past year, I frequently visit my mentor teacher to seek counsel regarding instructional decisions for the benefit of my classes. Oftentimes, the guiding question he gives me is, what's best for students? It's simple but incredibly elegant. It has led me through this challenging first year. Regarding the recent decision to not have Mr. Roberts continue as Brook Point's principal has made me reference this question, so now I'll attempt to answer it. One of the most foundational qualities that is best for students is honesty. Mr. Roberts is one of the most honest people I've ever had the pleasure of knowing, and is absolutely reflected in his role as principal when he communicates policy and gives feedback. He is utterly honest with staff when they make mistakes, parents when they ask hard questions, and most importantly, young adults when they need guidance. Second, accountability is a fine quality for students to have. Mr. Roberts models that every day. He holds himself accountable by admitting fault when it is evident, is responsible to students and parents whenever called upon. And whenever there is an issue in the school, he does not blame others, but bears the burden to find a solution on himself and his team. Additionally, building relationships is an essential standard for any adolescent in our school system. Mr. Roberts builds these relationships organically. Every staff meeting, email, or any conversation had with him regarding student morale is centered around student relationships. He himself practices this personally by calming down escalated students, saying hi, and having personal conversations with students and staff regardless of tenure, position, or background. Finally, what's best for students is stability. We often preach that when a student's life devolves into instability, school may be one of, if not the, place where students can find a safe place to exist. Mr. Roberts is the stable hand that guides our school through good times and bad, triumphs and failures, and victory and defeat. Students and staff can always count on his calming presence in the face of any adversity. Mr. Roberts took over as principal the school year that led into the pandemic, one of the most challenging times in the history of education. In that tumultuous time, he has retained staff while many found their way north to higher paying positions or left the profession altogether. For his community, he has braved any and every storm that has come from this still great test of our profession. He has faced every challenge with what Ernest Hemingway defined as courageous grace under pressure. So when this board asks themselves what is best for students at Brook Point High School, the answer is simple and incredibly elegant. It is Tim Roberts. This board should strongly reconsider this decision to have someone else become principal for our students and our community. And on the final note, we would have far more staff here tonight if,
Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, the next two speakers are the last speakers. They are Ariana Kramer and Christopher Rogers.
Good evening. My name is Ariana Kramer, and I am the orchestra, guitar, and music technology teacher in my 8th year at Stafford Middle School. I am here to discuss the destaffing happening at the middle school level based on the latest staffing standards. In my building alone, we are losing a .5 art teacher who also lost their .5 position at Dixon Smith, and reducing both chorus and orchestra to .5 each, asking me to take on the entire chorus program in addition to the orchestra program, among others. Before even discussing numbers, this equates to 2 all-county audition events after school, 2 all-county events after school and into the weekends, 1 all-district event after school and into the weekend, 4 concerts, and taking 3 to 4 ensembles to assessment by myself, in addition to 6 preps without guaranteed planning since we are pulled to cover classes due to a lack of substitutes. Elsewhere in the county, A.G. Wright has lost a full-time assistant band director and music electives teacher, Heim has lost a half-time assistant band director, and Rodney Thompson appears to be losing a full-time assistant orchestra director, band director, and music electives teacher. Our program numbers are not low from a lack of interest. They are rebuilding from COVID and schedule conflicts from the difficult master schedule and last program of studies. With the re-addition of the wheel, all arts programs enrollment should increase in 6th grade, meaning my beginning orchestra of 42 this year will be even bigger next year. If I am also teaching chorus, how can I possibly cover so many classes or instruct classes with even larger numbers? We also run into the issue of scheduling conflicts. What if a student wants to take orchestra, but it is only offered on Y days and their schedule only allows class on X days? Do we overload classes or turn students away from what could be a life-changing experience? The removal of our .5 art teacher has eliminated 1 section of beginning digital art and created a combined intermediate advanced digital art course. The arts teachers have been teaching combined level courses for 2 years now, and it is very hard to meet the needs of students on both levels by simple scaffolding and good teaching practices. It is worth noting that the programs who have these assistants have seen a great amount of success from the extra instruction for their students. Every year we find ways to add more and more remediation and don't get the results we want. For many students, their arts classes are the only place they feel they belong, the only place they feel safe, or the only reason they come to school. Music and the arts' effect on students and their academic performance isn't negligible. The arts teach math, languages, humanities, social and emotional connections, history, and culture. It is very clear that when we begin to focus on numbers that were decimated for a myriad of reasons but are now rising again, everyone loses. Our focus needs to be on providing the best education and opportunities possible for our students instead of destaffing and condensing positions. Stafford students, families, and teachers deserve more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Christopher Rogers.
Good evening, members of the school board, parents, teachers, and fellow students. My name is Christopher Rogers, and tonight I stand before you to express my unwavering support for Mr. Roberts, my beloved principal who has been an integral part of the Brook Point community for my 4 years as a student. As a member of the Brook Point Wind Ensemble and Marching Band, I am all too used to not having the respect that a member of, say, a sports team has. Many people simply don't hold somebody in the school band in as high of a regard as they would a football player, and that's understandable. It is often difficult to see just how much work it takes to excel in music programs such as marching band. However, despite the lack of recognition for band students, there is one person who has always gone above and beyond to show his support. Mr. Roberts, unlike many folks I know, takes an interest. I'm always able to walk up to him in the hallway and tell him about the latest big thing I'm doing with my trumpet or my latest achievement. He always takes the time to talk with me about where I am in my journey as a musician and he always congratulates me when I give him news about my endeavors in the world of playing the trumpet. It fills me with joy when somebody takes an interest in the latest funeral or show I had the opportunity to plan. Mr. Roberts never tries to rush a conversation about these things, and he's never insincere when he tells me how proud he is. What I am trying to say is, Mr. Roberts takes an interest in what his students are up to outside of homework, no matter what those activities are. He doesn't have to do that, but he does. And I don't have to be here speaking to you. I'm graduating. This change won't affect me, but it will affect my peers in the grades below me. In conclusion, I urge the board to carefully consider the impact of removing Mr. Tom Roberts from his position. He has been a dedicated and caring principal who has made a difference in the lives of countless students, including myself. He has shown an unwavering commitment to fostering a positive and supportive environment for all students, regardless of their interests or extracurricular activities. His departure would be a loss not just for the school, but for the community as a whole. I implore the board to do what is best for the students and staff of Brook Point High School, and if Mr. Roberts shall depart Brook Point, please ensure that Mr. Roberts' legacy of compassion and leadership continues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That is all the speaker cards I have for this evening. We will move to our action items. Action item 9.01, adoption of proposed amendments to policy 2103, 3103, 3109, 3201, 3203, 3204, 3302, 3303, and 3309. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Action item 9.02, approval of a request to the Stafford County School Board of Supervisors for additional appropriation for the school division's Nutrition Services Fund, Health Benefits Fund, and Operating Fund. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve the additional funds.
Second. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Chase? Dr. Chase? Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Fulmer.
Morning.
I'm
How
just
are you?
trying to, we discussed in the Finance and Budget Committee the Health Benefits Fund, so I'm a little confused because I thought we had a healthy balance. Am I confusing one fund for another fund, or?
Yeah, so two different issues. When we did the mid-year report, I mentioned that we might have to come back and just request additional appropriation. We don't need the additional funds necessarily or at all from the Board of Supervisors. We have the funds in each of these funds. We just need to have the legal authority to spend those dollars. So what we discussed in the FAB-C was withholding a payment in the operating fund to actually create savings in the operating fund. Since we're running a very close budget and still waiting on conclusion from the state. But this gives us the authority to spend dollars that we would receive.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Healy?
I just wanted to ask a question about the anticipated shortfall in the Nutrition Services Fund.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's a significant amount of money, and what is the basis for that 1.5 million shortage?
So just in additional costs. So a couple of things. We've received additional money, or not, we had additional fund balance that's been carried over. So we've been using that for actually to try to do replacements of machinery and equipment in our cafeterias. So that was a significant fund balance that we carried over after COVID. But then from that, as we've seen our meals try to level off for this year, we tried to anticipate what our total meals served would be from coming out of COVID. So now we're getting a realistic look of what that is, but it's also prices of all of our supplies, or the cost of food and supplies are increasing due to inflation. So this is adjusting for that. So once again, we have the funds in the nutrition fund. We just need the legal authority to spend it. Our total expenditures exceeded what we thought when we budgeted.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add one comment to answer Ms. Healy's question. The dynamics of students purchasing lunches through our school lunch program immediately after COVID, when all lunches were free, has changed dramatically since we have now expired that FDA option. And so students are now purchasing lunches, still have access to the federal free lunch program, but because there are purchases, we've seen sales at school lunches go down dramatically, but food costs have risen at the same time. So one of the issues that Mr. Fulmer is trying to solve with this is to find the balance between those things, because it was very difficult for us to project what school costs for lunches was going to be this year, not knowing what the impact of going back to a full price setting would look like.
And are we looking at a price increase for next year?
Yeah, and actually, both of these funds and our other ones, we built in a little bit of what we call an unfunded contingency. So it gives us the legal authority to spend if we have the revenue to offset it. So next year, if our meals go up or our costs go up, as long as we have the cash available, the fund balance available, we wouldn't have to come back for this appropriation.
Right. I'm not sure anyone would be surprised when we go to the grocery store, everything is going up.
Yes, ma'am.
It's unfortunate, but I think the more notice we can give to our families, the better for their benefit, and not bring it to us in July when we're going to be opening schools in August.
Yeah, and I worked with Mr. Williams actually last week and he's going to actually reach out to the state to request. They provide a tool, a calc tool, not our funding calc tool, but they were like a lunch price calc tool that actually they dictate what our lunch prices have to be. So we still have not received that. So I asked him to reach out to the state about getting that, because we want to get that in front of the board as soon as possible. But it'll definitely be coming in the next few months.
Thank you. Ms. Guy?
Let me apologize, because you might have already answered this, because this one was making me talk out of turn. And so, but my question, Ms. Healy has said a few times, our lunches pay for them. Like if the kids buy a lunch, we'll make money off of it, almost like because of the
A few
US.
pennies.
Yeah, it was a few pennies. I'm just wondering, is that still accurate? I'm just curious.
Really,
the prices went
the
up.
goal is to break even during the course of the year, but what we're seeing now is just because of the cost of food, the escalation price of food and supplies, it might not be a one-for-one that we're actually making money.
Okay.
We make a few cents, actually. It's good if we have, if our free and reduced kids actually take a lunch each day, because it increases our participation and we get additional funding from the federal government.
Maybe that's
for
what she
that.
was explaining. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
I just want to make more
Ms.
of a
Halsted?
comment than a question, and I think it's super interesting to me that these are all monies that sort of come into the school division through our employees are paying into the system, and I get their county employees or whatever it is, but we still have to ask permission to get the money released from the Board of Supervisors, which is super interesting to me, just as a matter of, we already know we need to have these things, we know the money's there, but yet we still need to ask for permission to spend it when it's already coming into us. So I just think it's an interesting intricacy, dynamic that maybe the public doesn't necessarily understand. So when we have to put these things on here for approval, it looks a little strange to me, like, wow, why don't we have money for food? Well, we do, but we have to ask for permission to spend it. So that's very strange to me, and I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Motion is to approve it, so cast your votes, please. Motion passes 7-0. Action item 9.03, award of a contract in the amount of $3,195,845 to Samaha Associates, PLC for architectural engineering design services of elementary school prototype 18 and 19, using budgeted FY23 funds.
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any comments, questions, or concerns? Ms. Healy?
I just have a question. My recollection is traditionally this was about a 10% design cost. Is this like a bargain price, or is this initial payment? And part two of that question, or maybe it's part three, is this going to apply for elementary school 19, since we want to have it as a prototype?
Great questions. Two things. One, the current pricing that we've been talking with the architect about has been closer in the 5 to 7% range. So yes, traditionally, 10% is a good historical norm, but that's a little high at the moment because construction prices have far exceeded the ability of the industry, or the industry pricing for the design. And an important point, that this 3.2 is really for the prototype design. So there would be an additional sum for elementary 19 and then for the Hartwood rebuild, if you will. So good point of clarification on that. Yes, there would be more design fees for the other schools. Yes, and they would be, correct.
Volume discount, Ms. Healy.
Can I ask, what was the appeal for this company?
Sure, yeah. So we went through a pretty extensive process. We had, for the RFP, there were 2 different tracks that were proposed. Track 1 was basically, if you will, start from scratch with a prototype design that we do ourselves. Track 2 was to bring a prototype of their own, if you will, that we would kind of modify. Ultimately, we had 16 different proposals. We shortlisted those down to 6, then we went down to 3. We walked a number of elementary schools, a couple of the board members were a part of that, and determined that at the end of the day, we felt that the best fit for us was the Samaha group. Ultimately, they had some really great experience, we felt, in the development of schools that were very cost-efficient, cost-effective designs. They had also done some 3-story elementary schools, which, as the board knows, the sites around here are getting more difficult to find. So we're looking for the ability to go a little more vertical in the future. So does that help?
Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
Yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone else? Oh, Dr. Chase.
Yeah, so, yeah, I got to walk all 3 schools that were in the short list, and I will say this was one of my favorites. And partly it was for just the reason you said. They seem to have a little more appreciation for the economics of things, not just
Bells and whistles?
bells and whistles and all kinds of
Plastic
things.
that breaks off the walls?
Yeah, correct, all that
Okay.
kind of stuff. So I appreciated that. But I had a question. So when we're going with a prototype, is there a time limit for when we need to be through with using the prototype?
So not necessarily. The prototype, I mean, can certainly evolve and change over time. You know, as if you were to pull the same set of plans off the shelf 5 or 7 years from now, there would have to be code updates to make sure that certain.
But even if you pull it off 1 year, you would still have to do that.
Very likely. The code is regularly being updated, usually every 2 to 3 years. There's some fairly significant updates, so.
Thank you.
Ms. Hickman?
I too enjoyed my visit to this particular school. It was very evident that they worked well with their community, their board, their staff to problem solve with the space. And I also seem to remember that they were not phased when we said, well, I'm not sure about that. And they said, well, you could flip-flop it with this. Or, you know, I don't like to think of our buildings as Lego, but there were pieces that we could have it, you know, this space or that space, and it would still fit and it would still work. And I like that we have that flexibility in our schools. And I too like the common sense approach to construction, particularly in elementary schools. I like it durable and washable. Thanks.
Yeah, no dinosaur eggs going down the hallway. Okay, good. All right, so are there any questions? Any more? Okay, cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. 9.04, reallocation of Ferry Farm Elementary 3R funds. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve? Second.
Okay, any comments, questions, or concerns?
Madam Chairman, do you have any?
What?
Oh, yes,
comments?
I
I'd like
do.
to hear what you
Oh, yes, I do.
think about this, since this is
Oh, but
your
let's-
school.
Let's let the others have a shot first.
Well,
Mr. Towery, I so appreciated our sit-down time, but, go ahead. Anybody else?
We're waiting for you.
Are you?
And
How
a
nice.
little bit more background than that.
I am not going to support this only because I just feel like we have been making do. We were making do when we were supposed to be a rebuild. We were making do when we went back to a renovation. We made do with just only having the front of the building done and the other two halls were to be left out. And I was told, keep your mouth shut until the shovel's in the ground, so I did. And I think asking for the similar scope from front to back, top to bottom of a school to have paint, floors, did not ask for furniture, paint, floors, ceiling, and technology is not a hard ask. And I know this has nothing to do with you, because we've been through 4 project managers at Ferry Farm, and I don't even know how many from the other company that delved in. So to have a gravel lot as our main lot, to try to make do with a parking, and I know you're taking care of the handicap spots, that since we have none to easily access the front of the building. To have a problem where they were saying we needed to fix the flow of water because there was an assumption of rats, although I've never seen, to have trees taken down, to have, to me, it's just been an overall overseeing nightmare. And then the quality of work. It's nice to have one additional classroom. It's nice to have HVAC, but to have flooring that looks like dinosaur eggs, and I'm supposed to be river rock, in the hallways, and just the quality of work, to have leaking, to have broken plumbing, so when it rains in the library, rains in their little makerspace or computer area, it smells like sewage in the basement, leaking, and I know you're gonna take care of the roof in the 4th and the 5th grade. Termites coming up in a classroom and the kids thought the carpet was moving. To have dehumidifiers running in every single room that I helped pay for when my 2016 graduate was there. I helped pay for those dehumidifiers. And now you can walk down and go, oh, with all their doors shut, you can go, oh, their dehumidifiers not plugged in because they're that loud. Oh, and by the way, they also have to have air filters. Cabinetry, sinks, outdated HVAC, and I know you're pulling it out and can't put anything back. To me, I just feel like the school has just had, I can't support this. I know it needs to be done. I'm not going to tell anyone else how to vote, but for me, I would have never voted for this renovation. I know I was told if this doesn't get approved, they'll get nothing. Well, they pretty much have gotten not a lot. I just wanted what was done for Falmouth, Stafford, and Grafton, and we've got some things that look nice, but they really just don't function well. So I'm not supporting this, and I'm so glad you guys asked me to go first. Anyone else want to go? Yes, Dr. Chase.
Yeah. So, it's interesting to hear about the ramifications of not going first, right? That when you wait and you don't go first, this kind of stuff happens. And it makes me worry about my decision about Drew to put it off for elementary schools that now we may or may not get. But aside from that, dear Mr. Towery, could you tell me why you're bringing this? What happens if we don't approve this? What happens if we do approve this?
Yeah, sure.
And actually, if you just tell them why we're changing, because you were explaining when I was there about how we needed to, because of project money tied, we needed to use parking lot funds.
Sure. Yeah, so there's been a number of concerns that have been brought to our attention over the last, I would say, 6 months or so, related to the flooring, doors, painting, other things within the school that are in a end-of-life cycle state, if you will. Typically, we have a certain amount of maintenance funds every year that we try to allocate to flooring, painting, ceilings, things of that nature. And we don't have enough division-wide to do everything that really should be done. So as poor as some of the flooring is in Ferry Farm at the moment, it's unfortunately not as bad as some of the other floors in other parts of the schools. So it is not yet up for replacement. It's close, but that is an example. There is an existing project that was on the books in 2021, FY21, to redo all the parking and drainage in the front of the schools. Ran into some problems with the county across the street on plan approvals. Long story short, the original budget of $995,000 is not sufficient in today's dollars. It's probably 2 to 3 times that amount, candidly. So the thought was to go ahead and use some of those funds now to put some of those dollars immediately into the school to get the floors, some of the doors, safety, other things up to snuff. After talking with the principal, it was felt that that was the better approach, kind of tackle what we can, and if you will, live to fight another day on the parking and so forth.
So if we, if it's the will of the board to not approve this, what would happen with this money?
It would stay where it is currently budgeted right now for the parking, and then we would have to come back before the board at a certain point and make a decision on how to fund the parking in total, or whether or not to reprogram all the funds completely. At that point, the board could certainly make a decision, to do larger investments into the school, however the board would wish.
Ms. Healy?
I just,
Ms. Halstead?
yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I just have 2 questions. So the parking lot for me, what's our liability on someone tripping, falling, popping a tire or whatever? Like, how high of a risk ratio are we at this point with that parking lot in terms of urgency, kids being out there, parents walking on it, that kind of thing? And then my second question is, we have to put safety first, clearly, so I would be reluctant to say no to doors and window safety, given current life and the social world. So you can help me understand our risks, our risk associated with the parking lot,
Right.
safety issues in the parking lot, and then the doors and windows.
Right.
Can I tack onto that about snow removal and maintenance for the parking lot as well? That was part of my question.
Sure, yeah. So the parking lot is, as has been pointed out, kind of a bit of a, I'll say, hodgepodge of old parking configurations that have been reworked. It is in poor condition. I would say that it's not a safety concern per se. I don't think that there's a risk of people tripping any more than in any typical parking lot around here. But it is in poor condition at this point. And I'm sorry, what was the second? Oh, snow removal, and then? Okay, the windows and doors. Let me just touch snow removal real quick. Certainly, removing snow off a gravel surface is not easy, and a portion of that is gravel parking right now, which was done as a temporary measure a few years ago when the trailers were removed. So that is a bit of a maintenance issue, but we've been able to make do with it. And then as far as the doors and safety are concerned, there's about $30,000 to $35,000 in there for essentially window tinting, for lack of a better term, where you can see one way but not the other way. During the renovation, certain portions of the school had wider side lights on a number of the doors and so forth, and there's been a number of safety security concerns that have come up with regards to being able to see into the rooms and so forth. So that was the primary driver there that safety and security brought to our attention.
On that note, again, just a comment that this is Stafford County, Virginia, and we are talking about the fact that we have a building, and to Chairman Randall's point, or Chairwoman Randall's point, sorry, I am shocked that we didn't. the waste that's been involved in this whole project, and I'm so late into it. And now I'm itchy for Dr. Chase and getting Drew, because, right? Because I'm hearing all of this, and we are, this is a Band-Aid on a bullet wound every time we turn around, and it is literally impossible to wrap my mind around the fiscal irresponsibility of continuing to work this way. That's
Not on you.
Understood.
Go to bed tonight, not on you.
Well,
Ms. Healy?
I want to preface this is no reflection on you. Fortunately, you weren't here. You haven't been for, you're cleaning up somebody's mess, okay? But it's not just one somebody, it is a series. It's almost like a bowling ball going down, and there was a strike. Everyone fell down. This has been going on for literally more than 10 years. I mean, probably going on 15. And I think it's a disgrace that we are not doing what we need to do there. Yes, prices went up. Was it our fault? Maybe a little, but there's other elements here. I mean, prices have gone up generally. So I think it's our job to find the money to do this parking lot. This school is not going away. I mean, even though it's our oldest school, is that correct? Or Falmouth is oldest, or? Well, I mean elementary school.
It's in the bottom quartile for sure.
Okay, well, it's
not your
old.
oldest,
This
but
is
it's
a
old.
very old school, but it's in our inventory, and we haven't talked about retiring it or surplusing it, so it's going to be around. And we as a school district need to find that money. We found how many $1 million to buy trailers to put in different places? Because we need them. And we need this work done. Anything with safety, to me, just rings bells. It's non-negotiable. If we need something, it doesn't matter whether there's money here or not. We have to find it, and we have to take care of it. Now, fortunately, that looks like the lowest ticket item there, where you put the safety with the doors. I don't know about the windows, but if they have a problem, we should address them too. But I would suggest that the board ask for this to come back next month with a review of where we can find some money to do this, and do it now, so that when we start school next year, they've got this parking lot. This is really disgraceful, that this has gone on forever and ever and ever. Not reflection on you,
No, understood,
but
yeah,
it's a
but-
reflection on the school division, because we haven't taken care of it. And what's the answer? Well, just put it on the side and don't even deal with it, take care of some other stuff. And I can tell you this fund set aside for future needs, we need to do that anyway. We should be taking care of these things, not using money that we designated for the parking lot. And this, again, I mean, I'm talking to the board, really. And my suggestion would be that we defer this motion until next month and ask the superintendent to come back and see if he can find the money. Now, I know money's tight, and I know, we've, budgeting, we've already looking at lapses and salaries, but we're talking about $500,000, and literally, we've spent a lot more than that, on trailers.
Can I make just 2 points of clarification, because I think it's relevant to the conversation. One, there would be being able to do that parking lot project this summer with the ongoing HVAC project out there, and whether or not these things occur at the same time would be problematic. We pretty much have to rip up the entire front of the school. It's going to make it hard to get other contractors in and out of that site. I just want to point that out.
Oh, well.
Just want to point that out. In terms of the other projects that we've listed here, we are on a pretty constrained time frame to be able to order materials, flooring, things of that nature, if we want to do these this summer. So I'll just point that out. That's not to say that we, if we do push it back a month and delay, that we can't still make an effort. But at this point, I do have staff asking, can we order the materials? So I just wanted to point that out. It may be in all points well taken that maybe we need to back up and do a more comprehensive overview, and that's fine. We're absolutely happy to do that. I just wanted to make those points.
Okay, so our current motion on the
Well, can the
floor.
superintendent find more money so we can do it all?
Oh, yes.
As a-
Dr.
Madam-
Warner?
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you for, and I appreciate what Chairwoman Randall has said, that there's a lot of things to be unhappy about because we took a renovation of a elementary school that should have been a rebuild. And the problem is when you renovate something, there's just, you can't account for everything that happens. That being said, this sounds like you're deferring the parking lot in order to put the money into flooring, doors and safety, and walls repairs and painting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there will be a balance of $580,000 left for future projects, correct?
Correct.
So as much as it pains me, I will support this just because I would rather see some of these things get done than not get done. And right now, we don't have the extra reserves because of other things to defer it. And we aren't going to mothball this school anytime soon because we can't. We just don't have space.
So when should we expect a parking lot that, for renovation started in 2020?
So that's what we can talk about. Why don't we put that on the agenda or a work session or something, and then task Dr. Taylor with making magic? And fine, because you can't get blood from a turnip, like we broke hello.
So
but
magic
gotta
tricks
figure
is
that
in
out,
your.
you know, but I remember
It was
being
on
a
your
mom.
resume, I don't know what to tell you.
I just.
I hear you.
The doors and safety, the safety features to me are important. These replacing the flooring, doing some painting, those are cosmetic changes that I think will, help enhance the school. And then we only need to look for another 300 and. Oh, yeah, it's 1.5 now. So we only have to look for another $1 million.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
As it turns out, I can wave my magic wand right now.
I told you.
Unfortunately, your choices in this magic trick are unsavory. There is no
Then be
money
quiet.
in your operating budget. So basically, your choices go to your capital fund and what options you have within your capital fund. Now, I really like the image of putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, except that this is really like cutting the Band-Aid into 3 pieces and putting it on 3 separate other bullet wounds. And it's not something to laugh about, and I'm sorry that I did laugh because this is really pathetic. And the option that you really have, because these funds are tied to this specific project, you're gonna have $500,000 worth of issues in the near future between now and 2023, when the board has this project scheduled for retirement and replacement. So this is a project on your, 2033.
Oh,
Yeah.
ooh, I was
This
like,
is-
really?
This is a project that is on your CIP. It is a school that should be replaced, even though it is recently renovated. The renovation did not have enough money to do the scope and sequence of the project. So what you're left with is you're left with your 3R. And unfortunately, what that would mean, given the limited amount of funding that you have and really a very small amount, which is pay-as-you-go, you're not only debt financing anything that you pull out of your 3R, or at least I should say the county is debt financing it because they hold your debt service, but you're also going to be deferring other projects that are in the queue that you've already adopted. This is a choice between the least worst scenario and the least objectionable, as Dr. Warner just put it. This is so far away from what we should be doing or what is ideal, but it is what you have within the account that you have it to spend, where you can do the most good giving the poorest of circumstances.
Okay, anybody else? All right. The motion is to approve. Cast your votes.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a substitute
Okay.
motion. And that's, that we consider using money from the capital fund?
Yeah, 3R.
The 3R fund to fund the deficit. And what exactly would that be? Is that the difference between $995,000 and $1.5 million?
It's about
Is
a
that-
million is what you're looking
About
at.
$1 million.
because you've got these projects plus the parking lot, plus the cost escalation on the parking lot, it's about $1 million.
Well, I mean, I
He
would
said it was
prefer
maybe 2
to
or
be
3
able to
times.
look at the other projects to make a more informed decision, but at this point, having lived through this Ferry Farm renovation, or lack of, you know, I'm not willing to cut this back anymore. This is so cruel to do this to that community. So I would make a motion that we use the money from the capital fund unless the board is willing to entertain a motion to defer this until next month. And if we could get.
Until your next.
Okay, well, or until the next meeting. I mean, I think that would be the more prudent approach, but, you know, if that's not acceptable.
What does 2 weeks do to you?
Yeah.
We'll make it work. If
All right,
that's the will of the board.
then my,
we'll-
then my motion would be to defer this until the next meeting, which will be a special called meeting for another purpose.
Okay, so our motion on the floor right
To
now
defer.
is to defer.
Second.
I know,
Yes.
that's what I'm
Yes.
asking for. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Is there any comments or questions or concerns on this motion that we have to defer? That's all there's on the table right now. Dr. Chase?
So before I consider deferring, if we end up pulling $1 million from the capital fund, what is that? Are we borrowing $1 million, or is there $1 million that we have that we're now going to not do other projects?
Correct. It's going to have to be reallocating funds from other projects.
And can you tell us what those projects are that are now?
Well,
not-
that's
Yeah,
what I
that's
was
what-
going to ask
that's
for
what we
during
need to
this
go back
deferral
and look at.
period. That we don't have that information, and I wouldn't expect them to be able to give us that tonight. And that's the reason for asking for a deferral, so we could make a more informed decision.
Well, I know it won't be anything for Drew, because Drew doesn't have anything on the list, because we're waiting to actually replace Drew. So, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, just make sure that word renovate doesn't sneak in the conversation. Anybody else?
No, those were my questions specifically, to be able to, we would be able to see sort of a side-by-side, like to look through the 3R list
If
to
you
see what the
choose
general.
this, then
to
it means
defer,
not doing
right.
this.
Then
Yes.
we're seeing also the implication from what we'd have to pull, right? And then it would be only from the capital improvement plan. There's nowhere else to get that money from, is what you're saying. Maya wants to do a bake sale, I'm happy to bake, but there's no, no, that's.
I'll manage the bake sale.
We
I'm
need
not
someone to
gonna
write a
bake.
grant right away. No, all right, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, all right, so the motion is to defer. We have a second. We've had comments. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Okay, motion is approved. Dr. Chase and Dr. Warner are no. Okay, so this will come to us in 2 weeks at our special called meeting. Okay, superintendent's reports and comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first like to thank the citizens who came out to speak tonight. It takes an awful lot of courage to come and talk about things that displease you as an individual. And I just want to thank our folks for coming out tonight and sharing their thoughts with this board and with this community. There are a lot of issues that we are working through and talking through, and I just really appreciate the manner and the presence this evening. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank members of our community who attended the Board of Supervisors' public hearing on the budget last week. It was clear to anybody who was watching that public education is a high priority in Stafford County. Thank you. I certainly hope that our elected representatives heard you. Our future is depending on the messages that you delivered. There is still some time between now and when the Board of Supervisors will adopt their budget in a week. And I certainly hope that our community continues to advocate for public education, because our folks do work very hard on behalf of our children, and we appreciate that. So to that end, I'd like to thank our parents and teachers. This is the beginning of the end, so to speak, and the mad dash to the finish line of graduation. There's lots of fun and exciting events that are happening around us, and as we come to the close of the 2022 and 2023 school year, but it's also a stressful time, and it's a time when folks are pretty anxious, and there's a lot of extra work and a lot of extra concern in our households as well as in our schoolhouses as our teachers try to button up a successful year. Before I close, I have, with a few important announcements, I want to take some time to address a really serious issue that happened in our community last week. In addition to the shooting that took place last week, I've noticed a sharp uptick in violence in our community and safety issues in our schools. These events deserve our undivided attention, and they will receive just that from me and my team. To our parents and students, safety is the responsibility of everyone. If you see something, say something. You may be saving a life. We have a tip line on our website. I encourage our public to use it. It is anonymous. I encourage everyone to please report issues that concern you or the safety of others. Keeping safety as a high priority in this school division is not just something we need to do, but it is something we must do. We need your support to keep our schools and communities safe. As always, we treasure our partnership with our outstanding Sheriff's Office, and I would like to thank Sheriff Decatur and his team for their support last week and always. They are there when we need them, and they are a fierce collaborator and partner, and we thank them for their support. I have just a few announcements this week, but they're pretty important ones. Federal impact aid is a small percentage of our budget, but it is an important one. It helps us offset the costs of students who are either military connected or have some connection to federal support. So even if you're not military connected, if you receive one of the forms that is being sent home in the next couple of days and weeks, please fill it out and please return it to us. It does help us in terms of record keeping, and it also helps us in terms of some financial support for your children. We did this survey online, but now we are following up with some paper copies as well, so please look for that. It'll be a green piece of paper. If you're looking for work, I encourage you to come join Team Stafford. We have hiring fairs that are coming up. Two of the more significant ones that are coming up are on May 6th for transportation and nutrition. And this will be from 9 to noon on May 6th at our transportation center located at 50 Fleet Drive right off of Route 1 and Wyatt Lane. On May 10th, we have our license job fair from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. here at the Bandy Complex at 31 Stafford Ave. If you are curious about what that means to be a licensed person or part of our licensed job fair, this is primarily focused on teaching positions. Please go to our website. You can pre-register to be a part of that. We've also been running a family safety series for the last several weeks. This has been in collaboration with the County Sheriff's Office and the County Fire Department, and we've covered a number of topics, and we have two that are coming up that I would like our community to be aware of. The first is on April 13th at Stafford High School, where we'll be talking about fire and poison prevention. These are things that we can all do to be a little bit safer in our households and in the places that we visit, and that's at 6 p.m. on April 13th. On April 25th at Colonial Forge High School, this is a very important, in particular, presentation. It's called Hidden in Plain Sight.
Oh, that's so good.
And it starts at 6 p.m. Again, April 25th at Colonial Forge High School. The presentation is called Hidden in Plain Sight, and it starts at 6 p.m. This is a demonstration about what your students may be having hidden in plain sight in their rooms that may impact their safety in a negative way. I encourage you to be a part of this community conversation. This will be very important for you to attend if you are interested. We have a health and wellness fair that's open to the public on April 22nd, also at Colonial Forge High School from 11 to 1. That evening, you can also watch our incredibly talented student performers take the stage at the Stafford Education Foundation's Evening with the Stars. This event takes place at Mountain View High School this year, beginning at 7 p.m. If you attended last year, you know how absolutely amazing that event was, and a great showcase of student talent and the visual and performing arts in Stafford County, and a great opportunity to raise funds for teacher scholarships and innovation grants that go directly into the classroom through the Stafford Education Foundation. Ongoing, we have our mobile enrollment festivals, our next opportunity to visit a school bus and enroll your child in kindergarten or an early childhood program is on Thursday, April 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Howell Library. We have a number of fun and engaging activities for our young folks and future Stafford students as we enroll and work through some of that paperwork. We can do it all in one-stop shopping. We have a number of end-of-year events that are beginning right now. Proms start this weekend, so our high school prom season has started. Students, I know you know this, but please make good choices. There's a number of things that can happen on prom night. We advise you to please make good choices and think about what your parents would think if they were in the car right next to you. We're also very pleased to announce our graduation schedule. These events will be live streamed, not the proms, but the graduations. Brook Point and North Stafford High School graduate on Friday, May 19th at 7 p.m. at their schools. Colonial Forge and Stafford High Schools will also graduate at their schools the following day on Saturday, May 20th at 8 a.m. Mountain View High School will also graduate on May 20th at 8:30 a.m. And we have rain and weather delayed information on our website as well. We really hope that our community will come out and support some of these very important events, but also notice that there is a distinct theme of safety in a lot that we are putting out of late. There's a lot that we need to say and do to make sure that folks are well and taking care of their personal safety and also minding the safety of others. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to serve this board and this community.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Okay, we're moving on to board member comments. Ms. Halsted, you want to kick us off?
I do, thank you so much. First and most importantly, let me say give a big shout out to our military kids during their month. I would be remiss not to acknowledge what it's like for some of them. They miss a lot of good times with their parents who are serving us overseas and even sometimes just across the country or away for months at a time. So a special shout out and a thank you to them. They change schools more frequently than any child has to or should. They go from American-based education to the international piece to back and forth. So special thanks to the kids for their service as well, because they do those a lot. I want to take 1 second, just she's not here. I'm sad that she's not here, so I can just, I wasn't sure what to anticipate when we had a student representative on the board, but I just want to get a big shout out to Catherine and her. She's eloquently spoken. I mean, she really prepares and takes time, and she has just picked up and done just such amazing work with something that's never been done before, and I feel like she should be, her and, I'm like, why am I knew I was gonna space her name, Rocky. Literally, they make me very, very proud. Now, I did have a very hard time gathering my thoughts for tonight because I had researched some things that I wanted to talk about, but then last Thursday happened, and I scrapped them for sort of a more brutally honest talk. I believe we're seeing this across the board, that we are losing the battle for our kids. We are losing them to social media, hate, political agendas, false narratives, and contrived media campaigns through clickbaiting headlines that have spread further and done more damage to the mental health of our children than the sex and drugs mentality of the 60s. I was in New Jersey for Easter speaking with my cousin. She's been in education for almost 30 years. She's been a principal at the same school for the last 15. I asked her how her job was this year. She looked down and started to cry and said, for the first time in my career, I don't like my job, and I hate saying that. When I asked her why, her answer was simple and summed up a lot of what I've been feeling. Kids are just so mean to each other. It's really hard to watch. I spent almost all of my time disciplining bad behavior. We then talked about our childhoods and what we were allowed and not allowed to get away with, and we reminisced that back in the day when everything was made of stone and a tablet back then was the rock and a chisel. But I started to think about the biggest difference between then and now, and it isn't so much the internet as it is the conditioning of our children to believe that what's online is real. When I was a kid, we laughed about our cultural differences with each other, and we made fun of each other, and we had a good time. The town I grew up in didn't like Italian people, so while my dad, an American Italian, built his business, he made friends through a local, we used to call it the Outsiders Club. My first best friends, and to this day, by the way, they're still family to me, were Syrian, Lebanese, Polish, Italian, and the rest of the outcasts that the town didn't accept. Our parents always had a good time together, though, laughing, playing cards, hanging out, going on vacations. As I got older, though, I started to appreciate their humor a little more. Someone would make a joke about the Polish or the Lebanese, and then they would turn around and make another joke about their nationality or culture. We don't laugh anymore because we're too busy being hurt or victimized or offended. And in the absence of laughter, hate has grown. When I was a kid, we were all outside playing all day with our friends or siblings. We weren't allowed to be bored. If I told my mom we were bored, she would say, "Do I look like your cruise director? You're a creative kid, figure it out, but don't touch that idiot box." That's what she called the TV. We don't go outside as much anymore because there are dangers lurking around every corner. If we do, we don't see many kids with their heads up. They're usually looking down at a phone or with earpods in their ear, not paying attention. In the absence of outside and looking up, communication has died. The lack of social cues and conversation has led to isolation and desolation for many kids. This is a place where self-loathing loves to grow and fester. Now, I get it. This was all a million years ago when we only worried about getting home before the streetlights came on. We didn't watch the news, so we didn't know there were terrifying things in this world. We shrugged it off when someone didn't agree with us because we were kids and taking on anything else was too big of a load to carry. When we got to an appropriate age and had questions about subject matters in school, we asked our teachers. When we had a question about how that subject matter translated into culture, religion, or other, we asked our parents. After that, we formed our own opinion, mostly based on life experiences, because without the loud 24/7 noise of the information superhighway, we didn't have much to go on, and you never saw someone run to the library to research ways to destroy their school because they heard about it on the radio. Not so much the case with TikTok and other social media. Parents never tried to force you to eat, sleep, and drink the social issues of the world because you were a kid, and their job was to protect us from that world until we were old enough to go out into it. But now we bring it into our home, and our children spend hours bathing in it. Now we want our kids to take on the bastion of sexuality in kindergarten, the sins of the ancestors, and demand our kids hold a torch of hate and anger that followed people through the years. To be honest, it's getting exhausting, and we're starting to see. I spent years in therapy working through my own issues to be able to put the past where it belonged and move forward confidently. We are now currently in the process of reaping what we have sowed. In the last few weeks, the Sheriff's Department and the kids of this county have spent way too much time together. Between pending criminal charges, suspensions, fights, and disregard for the safety of human life, I'm literally at a loss. I believe we've allowed one dangerous precedent to take place. And I know some of you really like this word, but I can't take it. Co-parent. You don't co-parent with the schools. It's not the school's responsibility to parent your child. It's their responsibility to ensure their safety, nurture their spirit, and educate their minds. It's your job to ensure they learn deference to their teachers and administration, to follow the rules and show respect to their fellow classmates so that those children that choose to can learn. It's your job to ensure that social media isn't leading your child down a path they cannot come back from. It's your job to ensure that you read the code of conduct, to understand the consequences, and repeat for your child that while in school there is a different expectation of behavior, and then show them what that means. They do not learn the behavior we seek in school to keep them safe during the school day. They learn it at home, and they bring it to school with them. On Thursday, I'm going to ask this governance committee to take a harder look at discipline and our code of conduct. I'm praying those that are in attendance for that meeting are seeking an alternative answer as well to the problems that plague our schools. I keep hearing we have a policy for this or that. The problem is not the policy. Totally on board with that. Then what's the problem? We can't keep using the excuse that it is the influence of social media, or this is the natural evolution of being young, or this is their reality. I'll say this as my final thought. As a funeral director's daughter, I've heard the cries of parents who wondered if there was anything they could have done differently. Do it while you have the time. I assure you this is not the sound you want to hear ever.
Thank you, Ms. Halstead. Dr. Chase?
Yeah, so I'd like to echo Ms. Halstead's comments about the month of the military child. I spent Sunday having dinner with some good friends whose children have been military children, so I know some of what that looks like. I wanted to mention that we had the first, in my memory, governing board retreat for the Commonwealth Governor's School, and I want to thank Ms. Sigmund as the alternate for attending. She was the only alternate who was there. And I want to thank Dr. Taylor for agreeing to be executive superintendent and helping to make that happen, and to Ms. Grigsby, the director of the program, for organizing it and really doing a very nice job on the retreat. So we discussed sort of the timeline of the CGS history. We talked about the roles and responsibilities of the governing board. And then we reviewed the CGS Constitution, bylaws, joint agreement, and we went through sort of what the funding looks like, because there are a number of new board members who really don't have a lot of familiarity with CGS. So you'll note in the consent agenda that there were a few tweaks that we were talking about making to the Constitution, bylaws, joint agreement. So feel free to take a look at that and get feedback to me before I might have to vote on that. But I did want to share that it was sort of interesting to, after we spent half of a Saturday going over all of this, to read in the paper that the superintendent of the county south of us was talking about leaving CGS because the agreement says since they're fiscal agent, they would have to give at least 18 months notice before they can leave the program. So I was really intrigued by that and not really quite sure where that came from. Then I also wanted to mention that the same afternoon, March 25th, I was invited to an event at the Unitarian Universalist Church to hear about some people's concerns about equity in our schools and some of the different experiences that students of color have been experiencing. And I was happy to be able to share some of the things that we've done to help improve the situation, but at the same time to learn that there are things we still need to aspire to do better. And Dr. Taylor and I discussed some of those in our biweekly meeting. And then finally, just wanted to mention that tomorrow evening, we will be going to Falls Run along with Dr. Taylor and Sandra Osborne to try to get even more support for the schools from our retiree community at Falls Run. So hopefully that will go well. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Guy?
Oh, okay.
How's playing ping pong? Come on, join in.
Okay, I'm struggling here. So I'm very glad I'm here. I think the Military Child Month is awesome. I've got 4 kids that had a military dad. I have 5 kids, but he's out of it, so she doesn't count. But it's not easy, you know. It's not easy when your dad is at war, or when you don't know, you know, what the heck's going on because you haven't heard from him for months or whatever. So, but I do remember the school supporting my kids so much. They had their own little support group in the morning at Moncure, and it was so good because, gosh darn it, I didn't know what I was doing with my kids, and it was such a hard time. So I know that our schools provide support, and I appreciate it so much. Also, I was told by one of our veteran, our veteran school board members that I was supposed to, or that I should give a report every month about FABC, and I wasn't aware of that, and so, that we should. Oh, well, I wasn't, well, you said it like it was my fault. Oh, okay, we're good. Scratch that from the record. Maureen's got it. Okay, because I left my report in my car. I did write a report, but it was horrible. It didn't make sense anyway. It's fine. I was totally confused. It's fine. I left it in the car. I do want to thank, I'm sorry. I didn't have any coffee tonight. I do want to
I'm a
thank.
veteran member, but it wasn't me that time.
I want to thank the citizens for coming out and advocating for our students at the Board of Supervisors. I've been going to those meetings or watching them for like a long time, and I've never seen that many people advocating for our students. And it's the same thing I saw when I was campaigning, which are Republicans, Democrats, and everyone in between care about their kids. And if it's not their kids, they care about children, and they want them in a school that functions, a school that has a parking lot, and no leaks, and no trailers. Well, I mean, yeah, but we got the trailers. But so, you know, kids ain't red and kids ain't blue. They're kids. And so I love that. I love seeing people who are like super loud, and I know exactly where they stand politically. They didn't care. They want the kids to be okay. And I thought that was great. And I also want to thank the Brook Point student and the personnel for just speaking bravely and expressing themselves in support of Mr. Roberts. I just thought they did a really good job. And about the town hall, Sarah, I would love to get some information about the town hall you went to. And that's it. I want to go home, so that's it.
Thank you. Dr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, my sympathies to the families that were affected by the violence last week in our community, and it's becoming an all too common set of circumstances. I do want to give a shout out, a thank you so much to all the people that came and spoke to the Board of Supervisors. It was a great turnout, and a lot of you had very good comments that I think were well received by the Board of Supervisors, and I think it's good to see the community actually endorsing our schools and supporting our schools, and hopefully that'll lead to better funding and other outcomes. And the art show at that was held at Brook Point, I was just blown away by the art that the kids had done, the ceramics work, but what really impressed me was the effort of the art teachers and the volunteers who put that show together, because that was not a small endeavor. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, because that was an opportunity for kids to showcase their work and with a lot of pride, and to take their families and say, I did that, and they had a good time. The performances were outstanding, the artwork was very good, and it was just amazing to walk in the building and see all the different floors and halls all covered with artwork from early childhood to seniors and everything in between, and it was really well done, and thank you. I do want to say that there were many things spoken at the Board of Supervisors meeting, but I just want to say how much I appreciate our teachers. I appreciate our staff. I appreciate that 72% of the people who live here work here, and they have so much passion for our schools that their children attend our schools. And I want to say you are always welcome here. And we will do our best to make sure that the raises and the salary standards that we have set are funded, because that is our priority. I hope everybody had a good holiday weekend, and we are burning through the candle at both ends because it's almost the end of the school year. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warner. Ms. Healy?
It's getting late, so I'll keep it short. I want to recognize the Mountain View JROTC. Wow, they were the last JROTC unit that we acquired as a school system, and so proud to have the Marines here, and the relationship we have with Quantico is amazing. So I think it was a wonderful to be able to bring them when we're recognizing the month of the military child as well. I wanted to also comment about the Fine Arts Festival. Wow, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And I understand there were over 30,000 people that came. Is that accurate?
I don't know if it was quite that much.
Okay, I think
It was
I read that
high.
somewhere. Well,
Yeah, I
I can
read that
tell you
too.
there were thousands and thousands when I was there. And I want to thank the sheriff's office for helping direct traffic, because I don't think any of us would have gotten in and out of there, without them, just coming in and out from Courthouse Road. And that's an extra duty that they were kind enough to help with on a busy weekend. And also, as Dr. Warner mentioned, all the teachers and the people that helped the teachers get those displays together, because I was talking to some of the teachers that I know, and I'm like, oh my gosh, how long did it take? And I mean, it took hours, but they had students helping, they had other staff in the school helping, and of course, all the art teachers as well, and then the music teachers who worked on the performances. And I no longer have a child that performed in that, but it still makes me so proud to watch these kids, and they don't even know the people from the other schools yet. They give them a few minutes to practice, and then they're all performing together. So I think it's a good reflection on our staff and their competence and the amount they care for all our students. And also, I was thrilled to see the families there. I mean, there were, many, many families. It was crowded. I mean, it was the whole high school, and over the years, it just keeps getting larger and larger. So Mrs. Bellino's not here, but I know that it takes quite a chunk of her time, probably for many months, getting that together, and she has the village to put it together. So, thank you.
Ms. Sigmund?
Okay, I will start with the FABC update. We did get an update, as it were, on the 1% sales tax that might be available to specific school divisions to help with construction infrastructure costs. Unfortunately, that will take an act of the General Assembly to become a recognized or an approved school division. So not completely off the table, but it would take a longer journey to get there. We had hoped for an update on the bond referendum status. It had been on our last 3-on-3 agenda. It was pulled off at the last moment. So there wasn't much of an update for us at FAB either. We're hoping to get it back on the conversation agenda for the 3-on-3 in May with our counterparts across the street, because that is definitely a joint decision. Of course, bonds, they just take time in general, just the way the process works. But the sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Lunch debt is actually a really big issue for this county, as Dr. Taylor addressed and that we kind of touched on before. I was going to also bring this up in the comment portion of my comments. Parents, your children can run up school lunch debt even if you haven't signed them up. They can walk in, they can get a tray, it goes on their debt. So please ask them or ask them not to participate in school lunch. Make sure you don't have a balance. If you get a letter that says your kid has a balance, don't think it was a glitch in the system. He or she very well may have a balance and you may know nothing about it. You can set it up so that they are unable to make purchases. You can restrict access to additional purchases, but especially coming back from when students remembered that they could walk up, get their lunch, and never really worry about where that money came from, that's kind of coming back to us and causing us quite a big problem here in Stafford County. I think it's about $50,000 a month we're increasing that balance on our school lunch debt, and it's getting to be about $500,000 that we owe as a county in school lunches. That must mean our meals are pretty good. We did talk about some investments on the transportation side, putting some more tablets on our buses to be more efficient in pushing out the routes, especially if there's a route change or a driver change. Those now are handled by paper, and that's not so efficient, especially because buses don't have printers. We also discussed putting stop arm cameras on our buses to help us with the people who tend to ignore them. I know in the Garrisonville district, we had a concern where a student was hit while attempting to board a school bus. Stop arm camera was out and functioning, and for whatever reason didn't get seen. So this was a really important conversation. I look forward to seeing further developments on that and hearing back from the community on their thoughts on that as well. We discussed the Health Benefits Fund and the 3R projects at Furry Farm we talked about today. We discussed expanding the voluntary leave for some of our the voluntary leave bank for our employees to include bereavement in some cases. So we're going to rediscuss that at future meetings, as well as the cost of additional vape detector systems for some of our schools. and how we do our athletics and events ticketing at our secondary schools. So it was a very busy month. I didn't get to the Fine and Performing Arts event, but I did get to see Les Mis at Mountain View. I am looking forward to seeing Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat at Colonial Forge this weekend, and Cinderella at North Stafford High School next week, and I'm really excited that some of our elementary schools are taking advantage of that field trip block in the middle of the day, and they're getting bussed over during the day to see Cinderella with their classmates, which I think will be so much fun. Best of luck to the middle school track that's had their first meets today. Those started, so another season of sports. What I really wanted to reflect on is I'm taking a class right now. One of my classmates used this quote, and it really stuck with me. Unlearn what you think you know, so you can relearn what you need to know. And if you think you know Stafford County Public Schools, unlearn it and get to know us as we are now. If your students have already graduated, if you worked for us in the past, if you were on this board or the Board of Supervisors years ago, if you only know us based on what you've read online, unlearn it and get to know who we are today, right now, this minute, particularly before you advocate or decide what is in this division, what this division requires to meet the diverse learning needs of our growing student population. In fact, we're not just a growing student population, we're a changing population. Our school division changes every year. We lose about 3,000 students every year, either to graduation or relocation, and then we bring in about 3,000 more through our youngest learners and kids who transfer in. That's about 10% of our student population every year coming in and out. The hole that's left behind by a student who leaves us is not the same shape and size as this hole we need for a student that's coming in. So we have to adapt and change every year to meet those students' needs. Sometimes on the fly, always on the fly. I think Dr. Fellinger left, but she probably doesn't remember. Way back when I was on the Gifted Advisory Committee, I cited differentiation as my favorite part of our children's education. We don't open a box of widgets and hand them out to a room full of kids and tell them to learn. Our teachers over and over work with each student to reach their zone of proximal development. That's something I've learned from my committee work. And this is just one example of how our educators are specialists. They're highly trained professionals. They're not warm bodies in a room. They're not a box to be checked, and they are certainly not easily replaceable. Our Board of Supervisors routinely goes on ride-alongs with the first responders in our communities, and it is in that side-by-side engagement that helps build the bridge between knowledge and understanding. I invite each of them to participate in a ride-along with us in Stafford County Public Schools. Hop on a bus, eat in our cafeterias. I'll even pay for your lunch. Spend a day in the classrooms. Come to know and understand us. Unlearn what you think you know about our schools so you can relearn what you need to know about us. I'd also like to amend my narrative a bit. I've been reading, doing some back reading, and I realized that growth isn't really our county problem. Management of that growth is. I went back a ways and was reading old 3-on-3 minutes from 2011. I know, I don't know. I went down a rabbit hole, and there it was.
Was I on it?
There was a paragraph in there from someone on the Board of Supervisors who reported that we had to push off renovation and rebuild to a long list of elementary schools, including Ferry Farm, due to revenue not being what they projected. So I decided to look up the budget for that year, and what did I learn? I learned that that same Board of Supervisors had cut taxes for the second year in a row for 5%, leaving schools underfunded. No wonder revenue wasn't where we wanted it to be. Since that time in 2011, some of those renovations and rebuilds have taken place. Some are not yet completed, but they've only added about 100 seats. As Dr. Taylor said before, if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. We need to stop allowing ourselves to be painted into corners, being forced to make bad decisions for fear of retribution or lack of future consideration. We need an actionable plan to effectively manage growth in this county. That's what I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman. I just wanted to say I also am excited to celebrate the Military Month for the children in our county that have a lifestyle that's a little different than other kids. But I'm also glad that they have each other too. Last month, we had a 7-on-7 We also had it in October, we had it in December, where we were able to work alongside our Board of Supervisors. And there are things that have been brought up that have not been, that we brought up in defending our budget and having our conversations, that we have not, when we have seen their conversations, we were not given that conversation in the 7-on-7. It was only for the benefit of the public and the audience. So hopefully we'll have a chance to respond to some of those, because it was a little surprising to hear bond referendum. It is something our board brought forward in July out of 3-on-3. We were given the sequence of how things would be done. We were told that some of their projects were going to go on. We asked if ours could be on the same as theirs. There was conversation to make sure that schools had one, they had one. We were still engaging in that conversation. Never came back, even in our 7-on-7s. And then lo and behold, it shows up as a mention of a bond referendum, putting our elementary school 19 on it. Again, they just walked out of a room with 7 of us all together, 14 of us all together. Nothing mentioned until it's up there. So again, I'm hoping that we get better communication, because the 7 of us bring all of our thoughts, concerns, and suggestions for the moment of conversation, and we just expect and anticipate that the same courtesy would be shown to us. If there was ever a question about elementary school 19, we talked about it in the 7-on-7 in October, December, and March, and not one of them asked a single question until they had a chance to bring it up on the dais and ask, where did it come from? Well, why didn't you ask us the 3 times you met with us? We would have happily told you where it came from. So I do hope, and I do thank the public for coming up forward. I hope they see it as I saw it. I sat there for every single comment. But it was people that had children in the county and people that did not have children currently in our schools that were there advocating for schools. Were there some that said, no, don't do a tax rate like that? Absolutely. Were there some, I sat next to some ladies from Celebrate. They were like, we don't mind a tax rate, a tax hike, but not that much. I can totally understand that. I can appreciate that. It was said that the schools are the reason that this tax increase is the way it is. That's not true. The schools, fire and rescue, law enforcement, and government employees are all on the same budget. It wasn't a created budget with the school board slapped on the end. Even listening to the presentation from the county administrator, he acknowledged, where did the 8% come from? We looked at Prince William and Stafford County schools. So you looked at our 8% and decided upon 8% based on one base of Stafford County schools. So all I'm saying is that if 8% is good, 8%, 10%, 17.5%, whoever gets what, I'm just saying that if there's money for that in your budget, it should also be for the schools, because we're all one budget for one county to be served. If 8% can't be met, I would hate it, but lower it for everyone then. Don't show specials treatment for some and not for others, because 72% of our, and we are the largest employer in the county, and 72% of our employees live here. And, you know, I don't want to see them taxed out of their raises, but I would like to see them justly get their raises too. We've had a couple of opportunities to participate in some local events because it's rounding up to that time of year. Mr. Cohen invited us to Student Government Day, and a few of us got to go and participate. We got to see the students. They were getting their lunch from all the high schools. Then they got to go inside and have a mock supervisors meeting regarding building a new Commanders football stadium in Stafford. So that was their hot topic. But Mr. Cohen did a great job, and the students really enjoyed themselves. We also, some of us, participated in one of Dr. Taylor's student leadership trips to the Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, where it was a fast tour through, but all points of stop were something about what happened and how you can relate it to leadership. Leadership in education, leadership in business, leadership in even your friendships. So it was really a great way for the kids to segue into conversations later with Dr. Taylor about the leadership responsibilities of high school kids and how to, because they had the freshmen to the seniors there, to kind of see how they can be of service and of help, not only for their schools, but for the division. So it's nice to see that camaraderie developing with those kids, and they were so well behaved. Dr. Taylor and I, at the end of January, visited Celebrate, and I also can't wait to go to Falls Run to talk to them too. And we told them we did not come with our hand out asking from them, that we were also offering things for them. They have a golf cart parade. Why don't you start it with our marching band? We invited them to shows. We've invited them to gaming opportunities. And they took us up on bringing Mountain View's improv team in. And they didn't know what to expect, but it was hilarious. And of course, at the end, of course, my mom lives there. Up comes this woman with a bicycle helmet. It's my mother. And she drives her little motorized truck. She thinks she's riding. I know she's watching. Hi, Mom. But she pedals her feet, but uses the motor. So she does a great job getting around. But she had a really good time at this, and she didn't know what to expect either. So it was really fun to see them engage with the audience and perform for them, and they got a standing ovation. So again, it's heartwarming for the kids as well as it is heartwarming for the audience. And that's what we really want to let everybody know. Schools are about building communities, and we have a gold mine of folks that really would like to have more interaction with our schools, and I'm so glad we're finding ways to do that. I hope that all of you if you got to see the fun in performing arts, fantastic. I missed it. I was watching my son lose yet 2 more games, but that's okay. He is fun. But we also have Les Mis was, oh my gosh, fantastic. And our end of year concerts and performances that are up and coming, you just want to make at least one, because I promise you, you go to one, you want them all. These kids have been really gearing up, and I'm super excited for the elementary, middle, and high school performances coming up for the end of the year. So that's all I have. And, oh, I'm still on, okay. For next special called meeting is April 25th. Our next board meeting is May 9th. And with that, I adjourn our meeting. Thank you.